Welcome back. Tonight we quietly wander through the mystical realm of medieval Arabic love manuals where ink-stained pages whisper secrets of seduction, desire, and devotion. Picture yourself in a dimly lit courtyard, the soft rustle of parchment filling the air as the scent of jasmine floats by. You can almost hear the soft strumming of a lute, the delicate sounds intertwining with a distant call to prayer. The world of these ancient love manuals, dense with history, poetry, and mystical musings, was not just for the lovers of the time, it was an art form, a delicate, often playful dance of hearts and minds, so expertly crafted that you'll wish you could slip into their world for a moment longer. But let's be honest, this isn't exactly the kind of history that's easy to digest. No sword fights, no epic battles. You'll probably find yourself drifting away before the first chapter even ends. But stick with me. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. It's always a pleasure to share this cozy historical journey with you, one story at a time. Feel free to drop your location and local time in the comments. I'm curious to know where in the world you're drifting off with me tonight. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Medieval Arabic love manuals weren't your typical how-to guides for romance. Oh no, they were more like philosophical works, spiritual guides and poetic reflections all wrapped into one. Imagine this during a time when literature was a prized possession. The art of love was crafted with intricate care and steeped in deep cultural meaning. These manuals were a combination of practical advice for lovers' courtship strategies and metaphysical musings on the very nature of love itself. With origins stretching across the ninth and 10th centuries, these writings were often found in the most luxurious of libraries treasured by scholars, poets, and of course the lovers who secretly devoured them. But the very nature of Arabic love manuals, while still rooted in tradition, also reflected the dynamic, ever-changing society around them. So let's take a moment to reflect on the path these texts traveled to reach us today. How did the love manuals come to be? It all starts back in the early Islamic period when the flourishing intellectual movement in the Islamic Golden Age laid the foundation for the flourishing of written works in almost every field from science to philosophy to literature. But within this sea of scholarly texts, one genre took on a particularly romantic aura, the literature of love. Historians still argue whether these manuals were born from courtly love traditions imported from Persia, or whether they evolved independently nurtured by the evolving Arabic literary scene. But one thing is certain, these manuals were more than just love stories. They were strategies, lessons, and sometimes even philosophical debates about the nature of attraction, longing, and the complex dance between two souls. Imagine the soft murmur of a gentle poem about desire followed by a hard look at the reality of love's demands. One of the key elements that made these manuals so distinct was their emphasis on mutual emotional understanding. Far from the often physical romantic gestures we associate with modern love stories, these texts elevated the emotional connection between lovers to almost an intellectual plane. The advice offered wasn't just about how to woo someone, it was about how to connect, how to understand the other person's heart, soul, and desires. The manuals taught their readers that love was both a pursuit and a discovery, a puzzle to solve, a mystery to unfold. But let's face it, No one ever said love was easy, and these texts didn't sugarcoat that fact. As you drift through this historical landscape, you might wonder, what made these love manuals so essential to their time? Well, they offered the opportunity for lovers to articulate and practice their desires in a manner that was both disciplined and imaginative. Lovers could read these works in secret, gaining insights into how to express their longing, or how to test the waters of courtship sometimes with a touch of playful mischief. The main objective of these manuals wasn't simply to teach lovers how to fall in love. Instead, they were designed to help individuals navigate the deep philosophical understanding of attraction and affection. The pages of these texts, written with care and precision, provided not only practical advice but a deeper spiritual reflection on how love could transform one's soul. And with that, we've begun our slow descent into the fascinating world of these ancient texts. There are still many more secrets to uncover, and with each section, we'll delve deeper into how love in its many forms was portrayed through the lens of medieval Arabic culture. But for now, let's let that first glimpse of love's complexity linger as you drift deeper into this journey. As we glide further into the world of medieval Arabic love manuals, it's impossible to overlook the pivotal role these texts played in shaping the landscape of love in the Arab world. From Persia's rich literary tradition to the intellectual upheaval of the Islamic Golden Age, these manuals didn't just offer instructions, they captured the essence of romance as a living, breathing entity. The heart of it all began with the very creation of these love manuals, which had their roots in the philosophical and literary movements of the early Islamic period. Now let's take a step back and look at how these manuals actually began to take shape. It's easy to imagine them as simple guides to wooing a lover, but they were much more than that. These were deeply intellectual works, often written by scholars who believed that love was both a divine and intellectual pursuit. The manuals themselves were often the products of learned men, philosophers, poets, and religious figures who sought to explore love in a structured, almost academic way. Historians still argue whether these writers were merely practitioners of romantic ideals, or whether they were also presenting a more nuanced understanding of the human condition. Love, after all, was not only an emotional experience, but also a moral and spiritual one. One of the earliest and most prominent texts was written by the philosopher and poet Ibn Hazm, whose The Ring of the Dove became one of the foundational works in Arabic literature. This manual didn't just explore romantic desire, it examined the psychology of love in great depth. Ibn Hazm argued that love was a natural force that transcended mere physical attraction and took root in the very soul of an individual. His writings are filled with reflections on the pain of unrequited love, the joy of mutual affection, and the transformative power of romantic relationships. But it wasn't all about lofty thoughts. He didn't hesitate to delve into the practicalities of love, providing advice on how to win a lover's heart, how to communicate with subtlety, and even how to decipher the signs of a lover's interest. These works were the social media platforms of their day, offering a space for people to engage with love in ways that were often more philosophical than immediate. But love manuals weren't just limited to the intellectual elite. They trickled down into the lives of common people as well, influencing the way people thought about their relationships and their desires. The manual served as a kind of guidebook, not just for courting, but for navigating the complex emotional terrain of love. Whether you were a wealthy courtier or a humble merchant, there was always something to be learned about love from these texts. A particularly intriguing aspect of these manuals was their ability to blend different traditions. The influence of Persian culture, which had long been a dominant force in the region, played a major role in shaping Arabic love literature. Persian poetry, with its intricate metaphors and lush descriptions of the natural world, made its way into these manuals, adding depth and richness to the language of love. Persian poets like Rumi and Hafez, with their mystical and sensual approach to love, had a profound impact on how Arabic writers viewed the connections between the physical and the spiritual. While historians debate the exact degree of influence Persian poets had on their Arabic counterparts, one thing is certain: the integration of Persian ideas into Arabic love manuals gave these works a unique flavor that set them apart from the literary traditions in Europe. But the manuals weren't just concerned with words, they were also about the body, how to move, how to speak, how to act. Much like the courtly love traditions in medieval Europe, these manuals presented love as an art form, one that required grace and subtlety. The ideal lover wasn't just someone who had a heart full of passion. They were someone who knew how to use their body as a tool of seduction, how to speak the right words at the right time, how to convey deep feelings without ever uttering them aloud. Every glance, every gesture, every pause in conversation could be a coded message, a test of devotion. Love manuals also often revolved around the art of performance. The dynamics of love were not just something you felt, they were something you performed. You had to show that you were worthy of your lover's attention and, in some cases, prove your devotion through dramatic gestures and eloquent speeches. Courtship was a show, and the manuals gave you the script. Even the most everyday gestures could be imbued with meaning. The way you walked, the way you talked, the way you dressed, everything was an expression of your feelings, a performance of love. This performance-based nature of love had an impact on how lovers were portrayed in these texts. Love was rarely depicted as something that happened passively. Rather, it was an active, deliberate pursuit. Lovers in these manuals were not simply swept away by emotions, they were constantly making choices, taking actions, and proving themselves worthy of affection. And through these texts, they learned how to take control of their own romantic destinies. Love was a performance, and the manuals were there to help you rehearse. Historians still argue whether these manuals were simply idealized depictions of romance, or whether they reflected a reality of highly stylized, performance-driven courtships. Some believe that these works were primarily theoretical, written by intellectuals who had little actual experience with the emotions they described. Others suggest that these manuals were far more practical, reflecting the lived experiences of the time, showing how love and desire were truly navigated in a complex, often rigid social structure. Either way, one thing is clear: these manuals were as much about learning to love as they were about learning to express that love. So, with the delicate interweaving of Persian and Arabic traditions, these manuals not only served as guides to romantic success, they also created a new understanding of love, one that blended the intellectual, the emotional, and the physical into an art. And as we continue this journey, let's take a moment to reflect on how these timeless teachings still echo in our modern world, influencing everything from romantic literature to the way we engage with desire. As we journey further into the heart of medieval Arabic love manuals, let's take a moment to explore the profound influence of courtly love traditions, which had a significant impact on the romantic literature of the Arab world. It's fascinating to see how these manuals didn't just function as how-to guides. They were deeply entrenched in the social fabric of their time, reflecting the values and power structures of medieval Arab society. They were as much about navigating the complexities of societal roles and relationships as they were about exploring personal desires. At the core of these love manuals lay the concept of courtly love, which was a refined and idealized form of romance that emerged in medieval Europe. While the notion of courtly love might seem very distant from the everyday realities of romance, it played a crucial role in shaping the emotional landscape of both the Arab world and Europe during the Middle Ages. The term courtly love itself describes a type of love that is chaste, unattainable, and almost always marked by a power imbalance, where the lover is often a humble knight or poet, yearning for the love of a lady of higher social status. Historians still debate whether courtly love was as common in practice as it was in literary works. Some scholars argue that it was a highly stylized, idealized conception of love that never truly existed outside of literature, while others suggest that elements of this love culture were actually practiced in real life, albeit in highly controlled, ritualized contexts. In the Arab world, courtly love and its ideals made their way into literature, deeply influencing the way that romantic love was portrayed in these manuals. But Arabic love manuals didn't simply adopt these European ideals wholesale. Instead, they adapted them, intertwining them with local cultural nuances, religious practices, and philosophies. The manuals presented love as a powerful, transcendent force, but one that was not easily attained. To win the heart of one's lover, especially if they were of a higher status, was seen as a noble pursuit, and often the pursuit itself was as important as the desired outcome. Lovers were expected to demonstrate patience, dedication, and a deep respect for the object of their affection. Just as the knights of European literature were expected to perform grand gestures and heroic deeds for the object of their love, so too were the lovers in these manuals advised to display their devotion through elaborate poetry, thoughtful gifts, and acts of service. However, the emphasis in Arabic love manuals often differed in the way it balanced chivalry with sensuality. While courtly love traditions in Europe often glorified the unrequited nature of love, the Arabic love manuals did not shy away from exploring the physicality and sensuality of love. Physical attraction and desire played a significant role in the relationship dynamics discussed in these texts. Yet, even in this more overtly physical space, the pursuit of love was still portrayed as an intellectual and emotional journey, one that required reflection, wisdom, and an understanding of the complexities of the human heart. But love wasn't just something that required personal effort, it was also a force that could shape one's fate. The manuals often explored how love could intertwine with destiny and even divine will. Love was seen not just as an emotional or intellectual connection, but as a cosmic force potentially influenced by the stars, the will of God, or the mysterious powers of fate. The manuals were filled with romantic metaphors that tied human love to the greater cosmic order, reflecting the belief that love could be both an earthly and divine experience. This merging of romantic and spiritual elements within the love manuals is what makes these texts so captivating. For example, many of these works borrowed from Sufi mysticism, which viewed love as a form of divine longing. Sufism, with its focus on inner purification and the yearning for closeness to God, paralleled the pursuit of earthly love in many ways. Sufi poets like Rumi often used the language of love to describe the soul's desire for the divine. In a similar vein, Arabic love manuals often drew parallels between the lover's pursuit of their beloved and the soul's yearning for spiritual enlightenment. This gave love a sense of deeper, almost mystical significance, something that transcended mere physical attraction and became a journey of the soul. As we move through these texts, we also start to notice that the idea of love itself wasn't always a singular monolithic force. Love was multifaceted, and it was presented as something that could be experienced on many levels. You had passionate love based on intellectual connection, love that could be divine and perhaps most intriguing of all, love that could exist as a secret between two people. Many of the manuals contained advice on how to navigate the emotional and physical terrain of love while maintaining a sense of mystery and control. There were codes to be followed, secrets to be kept, and whispers to be exchanged. In this sense, these manuals often blurred the lines between love secrecy and performance making. Love not just something to be felt, but something to be lived, enacted, and occasionally concealed. Historians still argue about the extent to which these love manuals were used in practice. Were they merely intellectual exercises, or were they, as some suggest, practical guides for lovers who sought to navigate the complex social world around them? It's likely that these manuals played both roles at once: intellectual musings and practical advice for lovers. However, there's no doubt that these manuals shaped the way that people in the Arab world thought about romance, courtship, and desire, helping to create a tradition of love literature that would span centuries. Through these texts, love was not just a fleeting emotion. It was something to be studied, pursued, and understood on a profound level. And perhaps that is the most lasting legacy of these works: their ability to elevate love to a subject worthy of scholarly attention. Whether they were discussing the courtly pursuit of a distant beloved, the passion of a physical connection, or the spiritual bond between lovers, these texts turned love into both an art and a science, a subject that transcended mere desire and ventured into the realm of the divine dot. As we continue to explore the depths of medieval Arabic love manuals, we come to one of the most fascinating aspects of these works: the role of poets in shaping and crafting the language of love. Poets weren't just revered for their ability to create beautiful verses, they were seen as the true masters of love itself. In fact, the art of poetry in the Arab world had a long and esteemed history stretching back to pre-Islamic times. By the time the love manuals emerged, poetry had become the primary means of expressing affection, desire, and admiration both in public and private life. The poets who contributed to these love manuals were seen as the ultimate authorities on matters of the heart. They wielded their words like swords, capturing the subtle nuances of attraction, longing, and devotion with unparalleled precision. Historians still argue whether these poets wrote from experience or if they were merely translating philosophical ideas into poetic form. Some believe that poets wrote purely for the sake of art, weaving intricate metaphors and similes to elevate the idea of love into something both spiritual and aesthetic. Others suggest that many poets were deeply in love themselves, using their craft as a way to express their deepest, often unspoken emotions. One thing is certain: poetry was not just a hobby or a form of entertainment. In the medieval Arab world, it was a way of life. These poets were experts in the delicate art of seduction through language. In many ways, their work was the ultimate guidebook for lovers, offering not just advice, but examples of how to communicate one's feelings with subtlety and grace. A well-crafted poem could win the heart of a lover, but it could also express the lover's desires without uttering a word. The language of poetry became the ultimate vehicle for love, and through it, lovers could communicate everything from the most passionate declarations to the quietest, most intimate yearnings. A good poem, according to the manuals, wasn't just about rhyming words together. It was about using language to paint a vivid picture of desire to evoke an emotional response from the listener or reader. These poems often used highly symbolic language where even the smallest detail carried deep meaning. A reference to a flower, a bird, or even a particular color could be filled with layers of symbolism. For instance, a rose was not merely a flower, it was a symbol of love's beauty, fragility, and the fleeting nature of time. Historians still argue about the significance of certain symbols in these poems, with some suggesting that they were purely aesthetic, while others argue that they held spiritual or philosophical meanings that extended far beyond the realm of romantic love. One of the most striking things about these poems was their ability to weave together both the sensual and the spiritual. A poem could speak of the pleasures of the body, the joy of physical closeness, and the longing for touch, while at the same time expressing a deep connection to the divine or the transcendent. This fusion of physical desire and spiritual longing is what set Arabic love poetry apart from other traditions, particularly in medieval Europe, where the ideal of love was often seen as unattainable or purely intellectual. In the Arabic world, love was both a physical and spiritual pursuit, and the poets understood that the two were intimately connected. Love could not be fully understood without acknowledging both the body and the soul. The manuals often used poetry not just as a form of expression, but as a guide for lovers to follow. They taught readers how to use words and symbols to woo a lover, how to turn the act of speaking into an art form. But this wasn't always a straightforward process. The manuals advised lovers to be subtle in their expressions, to hide their true feelings behind veils of metaphor. Direct declarations of love were considered crass and imprecise. Instead, poets were taught to craft lines that allowed for interpretation, lines that could carry multiple meanings depending on the context. A lover reading these poems was meant to feel as though they were uncovering a secret, a hidden desire that lay beneath the surface. Poetry, in this sense, became both a map and a mystery, guiding lovers to deeper connections while allowing them to retain some measure of control over their emotions. But not all love poetry was meant to be shared. Some of the most powerful works in these manuals were written as personal reflections poems that were never intended to be read aloud, but were instead meant to express the innermost thoughts and feelings of the writer. These private poems allowed the writer to explore their desires and frustrations in a way that was both therapeutic and deeply personal. In a society where direct expressions of love were often forbidden or frowned upon, these private poems allowed individuals to articulate their emotions in a way that was both safe and sacred. Poetry also served another important function in the love manuals. It helped create and preserve a shared cultural understanding of love. The language of love poetry was filled with universal symbols and metaphors, allowing lovers from different walks of life to communicate their desires and affections in a language that transcended social and class boundaries. In a society where relationships were often dictated by social status and family connections, poetry provided a way for lovers to bridge the gap between these divisions, even if only for a moment. As we reflect on the power of poetry in these love manuals, it's impossible to ignore the significance of language itself. Words were not just tools for communication, they were powerful instruments of transformation. A lover could use poetry to shape the course of their relationship, to create a sense of intimacy and connection, and to elevate their feelings to something sublime. In this way, Arabic love poetry became more than just an art form. It became a way of life, a guidebook for navigating the complexities of human emotion. Historians still debate whether the influence of poetry in these manuals can be considered a cultural phenomenon or whether it was merely the work of a small intellectual elite. Some scholars believe that poetry was a common language of love accessible to all, while others suggest that it was a more refined practice reserved for the wealthy and educated. Regardless of the answer, one thing is clear. Poetry was at the heart of the Arabic love manual tradition, and its impact on romantic literature continues to be felt today. As we continue our exploration of the medieval Arabic love manuals, we now delve into a fascinating aspect of these texts, the profound influence of Persian culture on the Arabic love tradition. It's intriguing how cultural exchanges, particularly between the Arab world and Persia, helped shape the language and philosophy of love in the medieval period. These exchanges weren't just limited to politics and trade, they also flowed into literature, art, and of course, love. Persian poets, with their intricate and lush descriptions of romance, beauty, and longing, had a tremendous impact on the development of Arabic love manuals. In fact, much of the romantic imagery and metaphors found in Arabic love literature can trace its roots back to Persian traditions. Persian poets such as Rumi Hafez and Omar Khayyam captured the spirit of love in ways that transcended the physical realm, presenting love as a divine, mystical experience that transcended earthly desires. Their ideas about love, particularly the intertwining of physical passion and spiritual yearning, deeply influenced Arabic poets and writers who saw in Persian works a reflection of their own longing for deeper connection. Historians still argue about the degree of Persian influence on the Arabic love tradition. Some scholars contend that the Persian model of love was widely adopted by Arab poets and philosophers, while others suggest that the influence was more subtle, evolving alongside existing Arabic poetic traditions. Regardless of the precise influence, one thing is clear. Persian culture played a central role in shaping the development of love literature in the Arab world. Persian ideas about beauty, desire, and mysticism were woven into the very fabric of Arabic love manuals, creating a rich tapestry of literary traditions that spoke not only to the heart, but also to the soul. The Persian tradition, with its emphasis on beauty and sensuality, found a particularly receptive audience among Arabic poets who had long revered beauty as an ideal. Persian poets used vivid descriptions of nature, particularly flowers and gardens, to symbolize love's delicate and fleeting nature. These symbolic representations of beauty were not just about physical attraction, they also carried deeper philosophical meanings. A garden, for example, could represent the soul's journey toward enlightenment, with each flower symbolizing a different aspect of spiritual growth. Similarly, the nightingale often featured in Persian love poetry was used to symbolize the lover's yearning for the beloved, and by extension, the soul's longing for the divine. These metaphors and symbols would make their way into Arabic love manuals, enriching the language of love with layers of meaning. One particularly notable influence of Persian culture was the concept of divine love. While the idea of romantic love had long been celebrated in Arabic literature, Persian mystics such as Rumi took love to a more spiritual level. For Rumi, love was not simply an earthly passion, it was a way to connect with the divine. Love became a vehicle for spiritual transformation, a way to transcend the physical world and unite with a higher power. This idea resonated deeply with Arabic scholars and poets, many of whom were influenced by Sufi mysticism, which sought to merge earthly love with divine love. As a result, Persian mysticism, with its emphasis on the soul's longing for the divine, became an integral part of the Arabic love manuals, elevating love from a mere earthly pursuit to a profound spiritual journey. But Persian influence didn't just shape the intellectual and spiritual aspects of Arabic love literature, it also had a direct impact on the aesthetics of these works. Persian poets were masters of intricate wordplay using metaphor, simile, and imagery to create a rich, multi-layered experience of love. This sophisticated approach to language found a receptive audience in the Arabic world, where poets admired the Persian tradition's ability to blend beauty with complexity. The Arabic manuals, in turn, adopted these stylistic techniques, infusing their own works with layers of metaphor and symbol that gave them a depth rarely seen in other literary traditions. While Persian influence was certainly significant, it wasn't a one-way street. Arabic literature also had its own profound impact on Persian love poetry, creating a dynamic cross-cultural exchange that enriched both traditions. Scholars still debate how these cultural exchanges played out in real life. Were Persian poets directly borrowing from Arabic works, or was it more of an indirect influence through shared themes and ideas? Regardless, the relationship between Arabic and Persian literature created a vibrant literary tradition in which the themes of love, longing, and beauty were explored from multiple perspectives. The melding of Persian and Arabic traditions also gave rise to a more universal understanding of love, one that could transcend cultural boundaries. In the love manuals, love was presented not only as a deeply personal experience, but as a universal force that connected people across time and space. The manuals taught that love was something that could bind people together, transcending social and cultural differences. It was something that could be experienced by anyone, anywhere at any time. And this idea, which drew from both Persian and Arabic traditions, became a cornerstone of the manuals. The concept of divine love, which was so prominent in Persian literature, was another aspect that deeply influenced the way love was portrayed in Arabic manuals. For Persian mystics, love was a path to God, a spiritual journey that led to enlightenment. This view of love as a divine pursuit found a receptive audience in the Arab world where Sufism had a significant following. In the Arabic manuals, love was often portrayed as a way to transcend the physical world and connect with the divine. This spiritual dimension of love added depth to the idea of romantic affection, making it not just a personal pursuit, but a way to approach the divine. One of the key elements that made Persian influence so compelling in Arabic love manuals was its ability to blend the sensual and the spiritual. Persian poets excelled at describing the physical beauty of the beloved, while simultaneously hinting at the deeper, more transcendent nature of love. This duality, love as both a physical and spiritual force, became a central theme in Arabic love manuals. Lovers in these texts were encouraged to seek both physical closeness and spiritual connection, understanding that one could lead to the other. Historians still argue over the extent to which Persian poets influenced Arabic love manuals. Some scholars believe that Persian literature was the dominant force in shaping the Romantic tradition, while others argue that Arabic poets merely incorporated Persian ideas into their own established traditions. But one thing is clear: the blending of Persian and Arabic literary traditions created a rich, multifaceted understanding of love, one that was both sensual and spiritual, personal and universal. As we explore the legacy of these manuals, it's fascinating to think about how this cross cultural exchange continues to shape the way we understand love today. The fusion of Persian and Arabic influences in medieval love literature gave rise to a tradition that transcended cultural boundaries, offering insights into love's complex nature that continue to resonate with readers across the world. As we drift further into the world of medieval Arabic love manuals, another intriguing aspect emerges: the profound symbolism of love. These texts were rich with metaphors, symbols, and imagery, each serving to convey the complex, multifaceted nature of love. The language used in these manuals was not simply descriptive, it was carefully constructed to evoke emotional and intellectual responses from the reader. In this world, love was not just something you could hold in your hands, it was something you could touch with your heart, something you could experience in your soul. One of the most striking elements of these manuals is how they often relied on nature for their symbolism. Gardens, flowers, birds, and other elements of the natural world played key roles in the imagery associated with love. The garden, for instance, was frequently used to represent the ideal state of love: lush, vibrant, and full of life. In Persian and Arabic literature, gardens were not just physical spaces, they were metaphorical landscapes representing the soul's journey toward love, beauty, and enlightenment. The idea of a garden of love was a powerful image, one that symbolized the beauty and depth of romantic connection. Gardens were places where lovers could meet, where beauty could bloom, and where the fragility of life could be felt in every petal. But it wasn't just gardens that served as symbols. Flowers were also laden with meaning in these texts. A rose, for instance, was not simply a flower, it was a symbol of both the fleeting nature of life and the intense beauty of love. The thorny stem of the rose was seen as representing the pain that often accompanies love, those sharp moments of longing, jealousy, or heartache. Yet the rose's petals represented the soft, tender moments of love, the delicate beauty that makes it all worthwhile. This duality of love, its sweetness and its pain, was something that was explored in depth in these manuals. Historians still debate whether these symbols had universal meanings or whether their interpretations were more localized. Some argue that the symbolism was deeply rooted in the cultural and religious traditions of the time, while others suggest that it was a more fluid system of meaning, one that could change depending on the context. However, there's no denying the importance of nature as a symbol in these texts. The natural world, with its cycles of growth and decay, was seen as a reflection of the emotional and spiritual cycles that lovers went through. Just as a garden flourished with the right care, love too could blossom under the right circumstances. Another key symbol in Arabic love manuals was the nightingale, which often represented the lover's devotion. The nightingale, a bird known for its beautiful song, was frequently depicted as a symbol of the lover's longing for their beloved. The bird's song was a metaphor for the lover's voice, the expression of longing and desire that could not be contained. The nightingale's devotion to the rose was also symbolic of the lover's dedication to their beloved, often without hope of fulfillment. This idea of unattainable love of yearning without reciprocation was an important theme in the love manuals, which often portrayed love as a pursuit of something that could never be fully attained. The nightingale's song was a reminder of the beauty and sorrow that often accompanied love. These symbols of nature weren't merely decorative, they were deeply intertwined with the emotional and spiritual aspects of love. Each symbol had layers of meaning that could be unpacked, providing deeper insights into the nature of desire, longing, and affection. The manuals used these symbols to teach lovers how to express their emotions in ways that were both subtle and profound. To love was not just to feel, it was to understand the symbols of that love, to interpret the signs of attraction, and to speak in a language that went beyond mere words. Love was also symbolized in the manuals through the use of the moon stars and the night sky. The moon, often used as a metaphor for the beloved, represented both beauty and distance. Just as the moon shines brightly but remains out of reach, so too was the beloved often depicted as something that was both enchanting and unattainable. The stars, meanwhile, represented guidance and eternal presence in the sky that could lead the lover through the darkness of doubt and confusion. These celestial symbols were not just romantic, they were also spiritual, suggesting that love could provide clarity and direction, even in the midst of confusion and longing. The use of celestial imagery also reflected the broader cultural and philosophical ideas of the time. Love was not merely an earthly affair, it was a cosmic force, one that connected individuals to something greater than themselves. In the Sufi tradition, love was often seen as the path to divine union, a way of reaching beyond the physical world and into the spiritual realm. The celestial imagery in Arabic love manuals often reflected this mystical aspect of love, suggesting that the lover's journey was not just one of earthly romance, but one that transcended the material world. The language of love in these manuals was a blend of earthly longing and spiritual elevation. Love was portrayed as a journey, one that took the lover through moments of intense passion, heartache, and longing, but also through moments of transcendence, connection, and divine union. The manuals taught that love was not just a fleeting emotion, it was a path that could lead to greater understanding, both of oneself and of the divine. The lover's pursuit of their beloved was in many ways a reflection of the soul's pursuit of spiritual enlightenment. And just as the lovers searched for their beloved in the physical world, so too did they search for a higher, more transcendent love in the spiritual realm. Historians still debate whether these symbols were meant to be taken literally or whether they were purely metaphorical. Some argue that the symbols were simply poetic devices meant to enhance the emotional impact of the texts, while others believe that they carried deeper spiritual significance. Either way, it's clear that these symbols played a crucial role in shaping the emotional and spiritual landscape of Arabic love literature. They were a way for lovers to express their deepest feelings, to communicate their desires and dreams in a language that transcended words. As we continue to explore the world of these love manuals, it's fascinating to see how the use of symbolism in these texts shaped not only the way love was understood, but also the way it was experienced. Through gardens, flowers, nightingales, and the stars, these manuals taught that love was not just an emotion, it was a language, a spiritual journey, and a connection to something greater than oneself. As we venture deeper into the enchanting world of medieval Arabic love manuals, we arrive at one of the most intriguing aspects of these texts, the concept of beauty, and how it was perceived within the context of love. Beauty in the medieval Arab world wasn't just about physical appearance, it was a multifaceted ideal that intertwined with intellectual, moral, and even spiritual qualities. The manuals didn't simply describe beauty as something one could see with the eyes. They presented it as a quality that permeated every aspect of a person's being, from their character to their very soul. In these love manuals, beauty wasn't just a superficial trait. It was an embodiment of harmony and balance, reflecting the ideals of the time. For a person to be considered truly beautiful, they had to possess a balance between external appearance and inner virtue. The manuals taught that beauty could be expressed through one's actions, words, and character just as much as through their physical form. The famous Persian poet Sa'adi once wrote, "The beauty of the body is a fleeting thing. The beauty of the soul is eternal." This sentiment encapsulates how the Arabic love manuals viewed beauty. It was as much about what was inside as what was outside. The manuals didn't shy away from discussing physical beauty, of course. They celebrated the physical form in all its glory. A person's face, their hair, their hands, and their posture, all of these were seen as reflections of their inner beauty. But there was an interesting twist. The manuals often emphasized the idea that beauty was not to be flaunted or used for mere vanity. Instead, it was something to be appreciated with grace and humility. The concept of beauty was closely tied to the idea of modesty. For example, a woman who was beautiful in the eyes of the world was expected to conceal her beauty from all but the one who truly deserved it. She was encouraged to carry herself with dignity and elegance, avoiding the temptation to use her beauty for personal gain or attention. Historians still debate the role of modesty in these love manuals. Some argue that these texts promoted a conservative view of women's beauty, encouraging them to hide their physical allure behind veils and modest dress. Others suggest that these manuals simply recognized beauty as something sacred, something to be preserved and honored rather than paraded. Either way, the beauty presented in these texts was not about arrogance or self-promotion. It was about an ideal, a reflection of both the physical and moral qualities that made someone truly worthy of love. The manuals also explored the idea of beauty in the context of romantic relationships. Lovers, according to these texts, were encouraged to see beyond the mere exterior and appreciate the beauty of the soul. It wasn't enough to be physically attractive. The lover had to possess qualities such as kindness, intelligence, and wisdom. In many ways, beauty was seen as an extension of these inner qualities. A beautiful person was someone who could inspire love, not just through their appearance, but through their words, their actions, and the way they treated others. But while inner beauty was highly valued, the manuals also recognized the magnetic allure of physical beauty, especially in the early stages of courtship. It was acknowledged that physical attraction played a key role in the initial stages of a romantic relationship, sparking the desire that would later blossom into deeper emotional and spiritual connections. Yet, even in these moments of physical admiration, the manuals advised that love should not be based solely on appearance. True beauty, they argued, was a harmonious blend of body, mind, and spirit. A person who could captivate not just with their eyes, but with their heart and soul as well. Love in the Arabic manuals was portrayed as a kind of transformation. It was not enough to simply fall in love with someone. One was meant to be changed by that love. This transformation was often described in terms of spiritual awakening, as love led the individual toward greater wisdom, humility, and understanding. And just as love could elevate the soul, it could also be an expression of divine beauty. a reflection of God's love for humankind. This notion of divine beauty was central to many Sufi teachings which saw love as the path to spiritual enlightenment. For the Sufi mystic, love was the means by which one could reach the highest levels of spiritual fulfillment, a journey that was as much about self-discovery as it was about the connection to a beloved. The notion of beauty as a transformative force was also tied to the idea of spiritual growth. Lovers in these manuals were often depicted as growing through their love for each other, developing into better versions of themselves as they learned to understand one another's hearts and souls. The manual suggested that true beauty lay in this personal evolution, the ability to love deeply, to empathize with the beloved, and to transform one's weaknesses into strengths through love. Beauty in this context became more than just a physical attribute. It was a reflection of the inner journey one undertook when they experienced love. Love was seen as a way to transcend the mundane and enter a space of higher understanding. The lovers in these texts were not just trying to win the affection of another, they were attempting to connect on a deeper, more profound level, one that could lead to personal and spiritual enlightenment. Beauty was not an end in itself, it was a means to a higher goal. Love that was pure, transformative, and transcendent. Historians still debate how this ideal of beauty impacted real-world relationships in the medieval Arab world. Some argue that the idealization of beauty in these texts was simply a reflection of social expectations, while others suggest that these ideas shaped the way love and romance were experienced in daily life. What is clear, however, is that beauty in the context of these love manuals was far more than skin deep. It was a quality that transcended the physical and became a symbol of spiritual connection, transformation, and divine love. As we reflect on the significance of beauty in these love manuals, it's important to remember that love in its truest form was seen as an expression of something far greater than just attraction. It was a connection that bound the physical, intellectual, and spiritual worlds together, a harmonious blending of all that was beautiful in the human experience. As we continue our journey through the layers of love in medieval Arabic love manuals, we now come to one of the most fascinating and intricate aspects of these texts, the art of seduction. It's often easy to think of love as something spontaneous, a force that simply sweeps you off your feet. But in the world of these manuals, love was also a carefully crafted performance. Lovers weren't just told to follow their hearts, they were taught to master the delicate dance of attraction, to seduce not just with physical charm, but with wit, grace, and intellect. The manuals offered a treasure trove of techniques, strategies, and guidelines for winning a lover's heart, each one emphasizing subtlety and restraint. Far from the overt displays of attraction that we may associate with modern dating, the art of seduction in these manuals was about being both alluring and mysterious, about carefully revealing just enough to intrigue and captivate without giving away everything at once. The goal was not to overwhelm, but to entice, creating a space where desire could grow and flourish at its own pace. One of the key elements in this seductive art was the use of language. Poetic expressions were seen as one of the most powerful tools in a lover's arsenal. A lover could woo their beloved with a well-chosen word, a line from a beloved poem, or a beautifully crafted metaphor that would make the heart flutter. The language of the manuals was deeply rooted in metaphor and subtlety, where every word had the potential to convey multiple layers of meaning. Lovers were advised to speak in a way that invited interpretation, creating an atmosphere of intrigue and fascination. Historians still debate whether these seduction strategies were universally followed or if they were primarily intended for the educated elite who had access to these manuals. Some suggest that these manuals were used mostly by poets, scholars, and members of the court who had the time and intellectual capacity to appreciate their complexity. Others argue that the art of seduction, while often discussed in intellectual circles, was a practice that extended into everyday relationships as well. Whether these methods were widely used or not, they undeniably reflected the cultural values of the time, where intellectual prowess and eloquent speech were highly prized. At the heart of this seduction was an emphasis on mystery. Love in these manuals was often portrayed as a game of seduction and pursuit, where the lover needed to be both a strategist and a performer. The pursuit of the beloved wasn't just about passion, it was about creating an emotional and intellectual connection that would gradually unfold over time. Lovers were taught to keep their emotions in check, revealing just enough to spark interest, but never fully disclosing their hearts until the time was right. This sense of controlled longing was seen as both an art and a form of respect, allowing the love to develop organically rather than forcing it prematurely. One of the most interesting aspects of seduction in these texts was the way it blended intellectual and physical attraction. The manuals didn't just advise lovers on how to look appealing or how to behave in a charming manner. Instead, they encouraged individuals to engage in thoughtful conversation, to display wisdom, and to express their desires in ways that were both intelligent and emotionally nuanced. It wasn't enough to be physically attractive. You had to demonstrate that you were worthy of the other person's intellectual and emotional engagement. The manuals also emphasized the importance of patience and timing. In many ways, the art of seduction in these texts was about timing, knowing when to speak, when to remain silent, and when to make the right gesture. This notion of timing extended beyond simple courtship rituals and into the very rhythm of love itself. Lovers were taught that seduction was not an instantaneous event, but a slow, gradual process. Every action, every word, every gesture had to be perfectly timed to create the right atmosphere for the relationship to unfold. Another key element of seduction in the manuals was the idea of reciprocal desire. While love was often portrayed as a pursuit, it was also about ensuring that the feelings were mutual. The manual suggested that true seduction wasn't just about getting someone to fall in love with you, it was about creating a space where both individuals could share and exchange their emotions. The idea of mutual attraction and emotional reciprocity was central to the texts, and the manuals often highlighted the importance of making the other person feel desired and valued. But seduction as presented in these manuals wasn't about manipulation or deceit. Instead, it was about cultivating a genuine connection through grace, patience, and intellectual engagement. The manuals taught that seduction was a process of self-revelation, of slowly peeling back the layers of your own emotions and desires until you reached a place of mutual understanding. The goal wasn't to trick or deceive the other person, but to engage in a process of genuine emotional intimacy where both lovers could be vulnerable with one another. This idea of seduction as a gradual organic process was rooted in the larger philosophical and spiritual frameworks of the time. Love in the medieval Arab world was often viewed as a spiritual journey, a means of connecting with something greater than oneself. Seduction, therefore, wasn't just about attraction or desire. It was about bringing two souls together in a way that was both meaningful and transformative. Love was not just a fleeting passion, it was a pathway to self discovery, mutual understanding, and sometimes even spiritual enlightenment. Historians still argue whether this view of seduction was a reflection of actual romantic practices or whether it was an idealized vision meant to elevate the emotional experience of love to something more profound. Regardless, it's clear that these manuals were not just about teaching people how to win their lover's heart. They were about encouraging a deeper connection, one that was based on mutual respect, patience, and intellectual engagement. In a world where relationships were often governed by social norms and expectations, the manuals offered an alternative way of looking at love, one that placed emphasis on the subtle and the nuanced, on the slow and the steady. As we continue to reflect on the art of seduction in these texts, it's important to remember that while these techniques may seem distant from modern-day romance, they still hold relevance. Today, we might not recite poetry to woo someone, but we do understand the importance of timing, patience, and intellectual connection in building meaningful relationships. The art of seduction, as portrayed in these manuals, was not just a method for winning love. It was a means of cultivating something lasting, something real, something transformative. As we continue to unravel the intricacies of love within the medieval Arabic love manuals, we now find ourselves at a crucial juncture, one that bridges the ideal and the real. The concept of love as a spiritual and intellectual pursuit was central to these texts, but love was also about its practical aspects. It was not just a beautiful dream or an intellectual exercise, it was something that had to be lived, nurtured, and sustained. This section brings us into the realm of what might be called practical love, where the manuals gave lovers tangible advice on how to manage their relationships, courtship, and even the difficulties that inevitably arose. One of the most important themes in the love manuals was the idea of balance, how to balance passion with restraint, desire with patience, and the pursuit of love with the realities of life. These manuals didn't just encourage unrestrained romantic passion. They understood that love, while transformative, was also challenging. Relationships required effort, understanding, and often sacrifice. The text advised that true love was not just about seeking out your desires, but also about nurturing the relationship, making sure that both partners were happy and fulfilled. What's fascinating about this practical approach to love is that it often involved what we might call emotional intelligence, the ability to navigate the emotional landscape of love with wisdom and foresight. In these manuals, love wasn't just a state of being, it was a skill that had to be learned. Lovers were taught how to listen to each other, how to understand their partner's needs and desires, and how to communicate those feelings effectively. Far from the simplistic notion of love as an all-consuming passion, these manuals encouraged an approach that blended passion with mindfulness, intellect with emotion. One of the most prominent aspects of practical love was how the manuals advised lovers to deal with rejection and unrequited love. Rejection was a common theme in many of these texts, and the manuals offered advice on how to cope with such painful emotions. In a society where marriages were often arranged and courtship was governed by strict rules and expectations, unrequited love was a frequent occurrence. But the manuals didn't present rejection as something that would shatter a person. Instead, they encouraged readers to view rejection as a temporary setback, a challenge to overcome rather than a permanent defeat. They advise that lovers should remain composed and dignified, never allowing their emotions to overwhelm them in the face of disappointment. Historians still argue whether this advice about rejection was truly reflective of the broader emotional culture of the time, or if it was more an idealized philosophical approach to dealing with emotional pain. Some scholars suggest that these teachings were meant to encourage self-discipline and restraint, in line with the broader cultural and religious values of the era. Others argue that these manuals were merely offering advice that would have been practical in situations of courtship, where emotions were held in check by social norms. Either way, the message was clear: love was not just about passion. It was about managing one's emotions and actions in ways that maintained dignity and respect for both oneself and the other person. The manuals also focused heavily on the social rituals that were part of courtship and marriage. In many ways, love was a performance in medieval Arabic society, and the manuals advised lovers on how to navigate the complex social rules that governed their interactions. This wasn't just about the public display of affection, it was about understanding the importance of public reputation, family honor, and social approval. Courtship was not just a private affair, it had to be conducted with the awareness that it affected not just the individuals involved, but also their families and communities. These manuals weren't just concerned with the hearts of lovers, they were also concerned with the broader social dynamics at play. In this way, love in the Arabic manuals was as much about social intelligence as it was about emotional understanding. Lovers were taught not just how to connect with each other, but how to navigate the social systems that would influence their ability to maintain that connection. Love was presented as something that had to be protected and cultivated within a social framework, one that involved honor, respect, and the careful negotiation of relationships. The manuals also offered advice on marriage, often blurring the lines between love and the practical realities of domestic life. Marriage in these texts was not merely an arrangement of convenience or social necessity. It was an institution that could and should be built on love and mutual respect. But the manuals didn't shy away from the difficulties of marriage. They acknowledged that married life involved compromises, disagreements, and struggles. However, rather than viewing these difficulties as something to be avoided, the manuals presented them as opportunities for growth and deepening love. The ability to navigate these challenges with grace was seen as a mark of true love and commitment. Another important practical aspect of love in these manuals was the idea of nurturing affection over time. Unlike the notion of fleeting romantic passion that we often associate with love today, these manuals emphasize the importance of sustained affection. Love was not just something that happened in an instant, but something that required patience, effort, and care over time. Lovers were taught how to keep the flame of affection alive, even in the face of adversity, or the challenges that come with long-term relationships. The advice ranged from gestures of kindness and thoughtfulness to the practice of continually rediscovering the beloved's qualities, ensuring that love remained a dynamic and evolving force. While the manuals presented love as an ideal to strive for, they also acknowledged the messiness of human relationships. The text didn't present love as something easy or perfect. They understood that love was an ongoing process requiring work patience and a deep understanding of oneself and one's partner. The manuals offered practical advice for maintaining emotional intimacy, navigating the ups and downs of a relationship, and protecting love from external pressures. In this way, the manuals provided a blueprint for building and sustaining love that went beyond the initial stages of infatuation, focusing on the long-term commitment that relationships required. Historians still argue about the extent to which these practical teachings were widely followed, or if they were more idealized notions of how love should be managed. Some believe that these manuals were more theoretical and less applicable to the everyday lives of lovers. Others suggest that the practical wisdom found in these texts resonated deeply with people of the time, offering them a way to navigate their relationships in a socially acceptable and emotionally fulfilling way. Regardless of their practical use, these manuals captured the essence of love as something that required both emotional depth and social awareness. As we reflect on these practical aspects of love, it becomes clear that the medieval Arabic love manuals were not just about grand gestures or idealized romance. They were about love as a living, breathing experience, something to be carefully tended and nurtured over time. In this sense, they provide us with not just historical insight, but also timeless wisdom on how to maintain and cherish the relationships that matter most. As we journey through the medieval Arabic love manuals, we now find ourselves in the world of spirituality and its deep integration into the experience of love. In the medieval Arab world, love was not confined merely to the physical or emotional realms. It was profoundly spiritual, a sacred force that could elevate individuals and bring them closer to the divine. Love in this context was not only about the connection between two individuals, but also about the connection between the lover and the greater spiritual world. This view of love as a pathway to spiritual fulfillment was deeply rooted in the mystical teachings of Sufism, which permeated much of the literature of the time. In Sufi philosophy, love was considered the highest form of spiritual yearning. Sufis believed that the soul's longing for the beloved was a reflection of the soul's longing for God. The experience of earthly love was seen as a mirror to the divine love that transcended the physical world. For the Sufis, the lover's journey was not just one of romantic attachment. It was a journey of purification, where the act of loving another could bring the soul closer to divine enlightenment. This belief was powerfully reflected in many of the love manuals, which often portrayed romantic love as not just a fleeting earthly passion, but as a spiritual journey, one that could lead to the discovery of deeper truths about both the self and the divine. Historians still debate the extent to which Sufism influenced the broader Arab love literature of the time. Some argue that Sufi mysticism was a driving force behind many of the ideals in these love manuals, while others suggest that these ideas were more widely accepted within the broader cultural context and didn't solely stem from Sufi teachings. Regardless, the influence of Sufi thought on Arabic love literature is undeniable. Many of the love manuals included philosophical discussions about the nature of divine love and its role in human relationships. The concept of divine love was particularly important in the writings of famous Sufi poets such as Rumi and Ibn Arabi, whose works transcended the purely personal and romantic to explore the deep connection between the lover and the divine. These poets often described love as an overwhelming, transformative force that could break down the barriers between the self and the other. In their works, the lover's longing for the beloved was seen as a reflection of the soul's yearning for God. Love, in this sense, was the ultimate spiritual practice and act of devotion that brought the lover closer to the divine, while also fostering a sense of unity and interconnectedness with all of creation. In the context of the Arabic love manuals, this mystical view of love was intertwined with the everyday realities of romantic relationships. Lovers were not just encouraged to seek emotional connection, they were also urged to see their relationships as opportunities for spiritual growth. The manuals taught that love was not just about pleasure or fulfillment, it was a means of self-discovery and transformation. By loving another, individuals could learn more about their own hearts, and by doing so, they could come closer to understanding the divine. Love in this context was seen as both a path to personal enlightenment and a means of transcending the material world. At the core of this spiritual conception of love was the idea of selflessness. True love, according to these manuals, was not about selfish desire or personal gain. It was about giving oneself fully to another without expectation of reward. This selflessness was not just a moral virtue, it was a spiritual practice, a way of cultivating purity of heart and mind. Lovers were encouraged to let go of their egos, to surrender to the experience of love, and to offer themselves to their beloved without holding back. This view of love as a selfless act was closely tied to the Sufi ideal of divine annihilation, where the lover's identity was dissolved in the act of loving. In this way, love became a means of transcending the self, of becoming one with the beloved, and ultimately with God. The role of the beloved in these mystical love teachings was also significant. The beloved was not just an object of desire, they were a reflection of the divine. In many Sufi writings, the beloved was depicted as a symbol of God's beauty, and the lover's passion was seen as a longing for the divine presence. This view of the beloved as a sacred figure transformed the relationship from a simple romantic pursuit into a spiritual quest. The lover, in their desire for the beloved, was not just seeking earthly fulfillment. They were seeking a deeper, more profound connection with the divine. These spiritual teachings about love were not confined to the realm of Sufism alone. Many of the love manuals reflected similar ideas, presenting love as a journey that could lead to both emotional and spiritual enlightenment. Love was portrayed as a force that could purify the heart, transform the soul, and lead the lover to a higher understanding of themselves and the world around them. The manuals encouraged lovers to view their relationships as opportunities for personal growth, to see their emotions as pathways to deeper self-awareness, and to use love as a means of spiritual practice. While the manuals offered practical advice on courtship, seduction, and maintaining relationships, they also encouraged readers to approach love with a sense of reverence and respect. Love was not just an earthly affair, it was a sacred force that could guide individuals toward a greater understanding of their place in the world and their connection to the divine. This blending of the spiritual and the romantic created a holistic view of love, one that saw the two as inseparable, each enriching the other. Historians still debate the degree to which these spiritual aspects of love were truly lived by the people of the time. Some argue that these ideals were more aspirational, guiding the intellectual and religious elite, while others suggest that they reflected a broader cultural view of love, one that was integrated into everyday life. Regardless of how these teachings were practiced, the idea that love was a spiritual journey remains one of the most enduring legacies of the medieval Arabic love manuals. As we reflect on this spiritual dimension of love, it's clear that the experience of love in these texts was far from ordinary. Love was not just a fleeting emotion, It was a transformative force, one that had the power to elevate the lover to a higher state of being. Whether through the yearning for a physical lover or the longing for the divine love in the Arabic manuals, was always seen as a means of transcending the limitations of the self and connecting with something greater. And in that connection, lovers could find not only fulfillment, but a deeper understanding of themselves and the universe. Dot. As we continue our journey through the intricate world of medieval Arabic love manuals, we now encounter one of the most fascinating and often overlooked aspects of these texts, the use of music and poetry as vital components of romance. In the Arab world of the Middle Ages, music and poetry weren't just artistic expressions. They were essential tools for building and expressing love. In fact, many of these love manuals made clear that to truly understand and engage in romantic relationships, one had to be well versed in both the art of poetry and the melodies that accompanied it. It's no secret that the Arab world has a long history of poetic tradition, stretching back centuries before the advent of Islam. Arabic poetry was not merely a form of artistic expression, it was a means of communication, a way to connect with others on an emotional and intellectual level. Poets were revered as the voices of society, offering reflections on everything from philosophy and morality to love and desire. But when it came to matters of love, poetry was not just an intellectual pursuit, it was also an emotional and sensual one. Lovers were expected to speak in verses to serenade each other with lines that captured the depth of their emotions. To be in love was in many ways to be able to speak the language of poetry. In the love manuals, the relationship between music, poetry, and love was deeply intertwined. Poets, who were often the cultural and intellectual leaders of the time, taught that poetry could be used to woo a lover to convey emotions that words alone could not express. Music, meanwhile, served as the emotional soundtrack to these poetic exchanges. Songs and melodies weren't merely background noise to the relationship, they were integral to the romantic process. Historians still debate how widely music was incorporated into courtship and romantic relationships. But it's clear that in the medieval Arab world, love was not just something you felt, it was something you expressed through the beautiful art of song and verse. Poetry in particular was seen as an indispensable part of courtship. In many ways, a lover's ability to craft a beautiful, heartfelt poem was seen as a measure of their sincerity and their intellectual and emotional depth. The manuals often included examples of romantic poetry showing lovers how to express their feelings in the most elegant and evocative way possible. These poems, laden with metaphors and symbolic language, were designed to capture the fleeting nature of love, the excitement of attraction, and the profound longing that lovers felt for each other. A lover's skill in poetry was considered a reflection of their capacity to truly understand the complexities of their own heart, and by extension, the heart of their beloved. But poetry in the love manuals wasn't just a tool for expression, it was also a form of performance. The ability to recite poetry, especially in a musical context, was seen as an art that could elevate the relationship. Much like the courtly love traditions of medieval Europe, where a knight would perform grand gestures to win the favor of his lady lovers in the Arab world, were expected to perform their love in front of others. This performance wasn't just for public admiration, it was a way to showcase the depth of one's feelings and one's intellectual prowess. The manuals taught that love, when expressed through poetry and song, could take on a kind of divine quality, transcending the mundane world and entering into a space of beauty and longing. Music as a companion to poetry played a crucial role in this romantic performance. Instruments such as the oud, a stringed instrument, and the kanun, a type of zither, were often used to accompany lovers as they exchanged verses. These melodies weren't just for entertainment. They were meant to enhance the emotional atmosphere, to create a space where love could flourish. The rhythm of the music, the softness of the melody, and the harmony between the music and the words all came together to create an atmosphere of intimacy and connection. Music in this context wasn't just a passive experience, it was an active force that could shape the emotional and spiritual bond between two people. The manuals emphasized that poetry and music weren't just about grand performances. They were also about the quiet, intimate moments shared between lovers. A lover might sing a soft, romantic song to their partner during a private moment, or they might recite a poem under the stars. The beauty of music and poetry, according to the manuals, was that they could create moments of deep emotional connection, transforming even the most ordinary moments into profound experiences of love. These texts taught that love was not just about the grand declarations. It was about the small, tender gestures, the quiet acts of devotion that could speak louder than any words. Historians still argue about how seriously these manuals were taken in real life. Were these poetic and musical traditions practiced widely? Or were they primarily the domain of the intellectual and elite classes? Some scholars suggest that while the manuals provided a rich cultural ideal, the actual practice of serenading and composing poetry was reserved for those who had the leisure time and social standing to engage in such activities. Others believe that these ideals were more widespread and influenced everyday romantic behavior. Regardless of the extent to which these practices were widely adopted, one thing is clear: the relationship between music, poetry, and love was a deeply ingrained part of the cultural fabric of the time, and the love manuals reflect this integral connection. One of the most beautiful aspects of this connection between music, poetry, and love was its ability to transcend the limitations of language. Poetry, especially in its most symbolic forms, could express feelings and desires that words alone could not convey. Music, with its emotional power, could enhance the meaning of the words, adding depth and resonance to the feelings being expressed. Together, these art forms created a kind of magical space where love was both spoken and felt, where the soul's deepest desires could be communicated through sound and verse. In many ways, these love manuals show us a world where love was not just a passive experience, but an active, performative one. Lovers were not just waiting for love to happen. They were creating it through their words, their actions, and their songs. And in this world, love was not just a personal experience. It was something that could be shared, performed, and celebrated by the community. Music and poetry, as central components of the love manuals, allowed lovers to express their feelings in the most beautiful and meaningful ways possible, creating a lasting legacy of romantic tradition that continues to resonate with us today. As we move forward in our exploration of medieval Arabic love manuals, we come to an intriguing and often underappreciated facet of these texts: the significant role of dreams and fantasies in shaping romantic relationships. In these manuals, dreams were not merely random images created by the subconscious mind. They were seen as windows into the deepest desires and fears of the soul. Love in this context was not just about what happened in the waking world. It was also about the realms of dreams where desires could take on a life of their own and provide insights into the emotional truths that people often hid from themselves. Dreams held a particular significance in the medieval Arab world where they were often interpreted as divine messages or omens. This belief in the spiritual and prophetic power of dreams was deeply embedded in the culture, and it played a major role in how love and relationships were understood. Lovers were not just advised to consider their feelings in the conscious, rational state. They were encouraged to pay attention to the subtle cues and symbols that appeared in their dreams. These dreams were believed to reveal hidden truths, not just about the individual's desires, but also about their relationships, providing guidance on how to navigate the complexities of love. The love manuals often included discussions about how to interpret dreams related to love and romance. For instance, if a lover dreamed of their beloved, it was often seen as a sign that their feelings were genuine, that their connection with the other person was spiritually significant. On the other hand, if a lover dreamed of being separated from their beloved, it could indicate that the relationship was facing challenges or that the lover harbored hidden doubts. These interpretations were not rigid, they were fluid, allowing for personal reflection and insight. The manuals encouraged lovers to embrace their dreams as a form of emotional intelligence, a way of connecting with the deeper layers of their consciousness. In addition to dreams, fantasies also played a crucial role in the love manuals. Unlike the more passive and often fleeting nature of dreams, fantasies were actively cultivated by the lover. They were viewed as a powerful force in the pursuit of love, allowing individuals to explore desires and scenarios that could be too bold or too complicated to express in the waking world. Fantasies provided a safe space for lovers to experiment with their emotions and desires, to push boundaries and to explore the limits of their affection without fear of rejection or judgment. The manuals often encouraged lovers to fantasize about their beloved, to daydream about moments of intimacy, affection, or even idealize scenarios in which love was not limited by the constraints of social norms. Fantasies in this sense were seen as a tool for deepening emotional intimacy and connection. By allowing the mind to roam freely, lovers could experience a deeper connection with their desires and, in turn, with their partner. These imagined scenarios, although not always grounded in reality, were a means of engaging with love in a more liberated and uninhibited way. Historians still argue about how seriously these dream and fantasy interpretations were taken in real life. Were they seen as spiritual guidance, or were they simply symbolic reflections of personal desires? Some scholars suggest that the practice of interpreting dreams in the context of love was an intellectual exercise, perhaps even a form of entertainment among the intellectual elite. Others argue that it was a widely accepted practice among lovers of all social standings, providing a tool for self-reflection and emotional connection. Either way, the manuals provided a framework through which individuals could explore their inner emotional landscapes, using dreams and fantasies as guides on their journey of love. The idea of love as a dream or a fantasy is also a reflection of the idealized notions of love that were prevalent at the time. In these manuals, love was often portrayed as a kind of perfect, unattainable goal, something that, while real, existed in a heightened state of passion and emotional fulfillment. Fantasies and dreams allowed lovers to connect with that idealized vision of love, to experience it in a way that went beyond the mundane challenges of everyday life. These texts weren't just about how to navigate the practical aspects of love. They were about how to elevate love to a realm of perfection where nothing was impossible and where every desire could be fulfilled. While dreams and fantasies offered a space to explore idealized love, they also served as a means of understanding the more difficult aspects of relationships. Love in the manuals wasn't always perfect. It was often fraught with uncertainty, longing, and heartache. And just as the lovers were encouraged to dream of their ideal relationships, they were also advised to confront their fears and doubts through their dreams and fantasies. If a lover dreamed of a betrayal or separation, it was seen as a chance to examine the underlying insecurities that might be affecting the relationship. In this way, dreams and fantasies became tools of introspection, allowing lovers to work through their emotions and better understand the complexities of their connection. Dreams and fantasies were also a way to express the tension between the spiritual and the earthly. While love in the manuals was often depicted as a path to spiritual enlightenment, the manuals didn't shy away from acknowledging the physical aspects of love. In the world of dreams and fantasies, lovers could explore both the sacred and the sensual, imagining themselves in both heavenly and earthly scenarios. These dualities, love as both a spiritual journey and a physical experience, were a hallmark of the Arabic love manuals, which saw love as a complex, multidimensional force that connected all aspects of the human experience. As we reflect on the role of dreams and fantasies in these love manuals, it's clear that they offered a way for lovers to engage with the full spectrum of their emotions. They provided a space for individuals to explore not just the joys of love, but the fears, insecurities, and complexities that come with it. Dreams and fantasies were not simply a form of escapism, they were essential components of a deeper emotional understanding. They allowed lovers to explore the depth of their hearts and minds, helping them navigate both the ecstatic and the painful moments of love with greater insight and self-awareness. Historians still argue about the importance of dreams and fantasies in the lives of medieval lovers, but the legacy of these concepts is undeniable. In the love manuals, love wasn't just something that was felt in the waking world. It was something that could be experienced in the dream world, a space where all possibilities were open and all desires were free to take shape. The manuals offered a way to understand and express love that transcended the limitations of reality, elevating love to something that was both a personal and spiritual journey. As we continue to explore the multifaceted world of medieval Arabic love manuals, we arrive at a pivotal intersection where love intersects with the social and political dynamics of the time. The idea of love was never isolated from the larger structures of society. Relationships were always influenced by social class family expectations, and of course, the political context in which they unfolded. In many ways, these love manuals acted as guides not just for personal romantic fulfillment, but for navigating the intricate web of social and political expectations that defined medieval Arab life. One of the most compelling aspects of these manuals is the way they illuminated the delicate balance between private love and public life. In medieval Arab societies, love and courtship were not just personal matters, they were also deeply intertwined with the political and social fabric. Family honor, social status, and public reputation all played crucial roles in shaping the possibilities and limitations of romantic relationships. In this context, love could not be fully realized without taking into account the larger forces at play. Lovers, therefore, were not just advised on how to woo their beloved, they were also taught how to navigate the complexities of the social structure surrounding them. At the heart of these social dynamics was the concept of marriage, which was often seen as a contractual arrangement between families rather than just a romantic union between two individuals. In many cases, marriage was less about the emotional connection between lovers and more about securing social alliances, maintaining family honor, and ensuring the continuation of lineage. In this sense, love was often secondary to the practical considerations of marriage. The manuals, however, did not ignore this reality. They acknowledged the complexities of marrying for love within such a framework. In some texts, love was portrayed as a force that could transcend these societal restrictions, allowing lovers to connect on a deeper level despite the constraints placed upon them. However, the manuals also recognized the difficulties that arose when love and societal expectations conflicted. Lovers often had to contend with the reality that their feelings for each other were not enough to overcome the forces of family and social pressures. In many cases, love was a forbidden or clandestine affair, and the manuals offered guidance on how to navigate these secret relationships. Lovers were taught how to express their emotions in private, how to communicate without being overheard, and how to maintain their connection despite the societal pressures that sought to keep them apart. The concept of forbidden love was romanticized in many of these texts, turning secret relationships into a kind of noble pursuit, a love that transcended the boundaries set by society. Historians still debate whether the idea of forbidden love as depicted in these manuals was purely aspirational, or whether it reflected the lived experiences of lovers at the time. Some scholars suggest that these texts were meant to offer a fantasy of love beyond societal norms, while others argued that they were rooted in the realities of courtship and marriage in medieval Arab societies. Either way, the idea of love as something that could be both public and private, both personal and social, was central to the medieval Arabic love literature. It reflected the tension between the ideal of passionate, all-consuming love and the reality of social structures that often sought to control and regulate romantic relationships. The role of women in these love manuals is also deeply tied to the social and political dynamics of the time. Women, while often portrayed as objects of desire and the subjects of romantic affection, were also depicted as active participants in the pursuit of love. The manuals provided guidance for women on how to navigate the complexities of courtship and how to express their desires within the confines of societal expectations. In many texts, women were portrayed as being just as capable of experiencing love and longing as men, though their expressions of love were often more constrained by social norms. While these texts acknowledged the limits placed on women's autonomy, they also celebrated women's intellectual and emotional capacities, portraying them as equal partners in the pursuit of love. One particularly intriguing aspect of the manuals is the way they dealt with the role of power in relationships. Love was often depicted as an unequal power dynamic where one lover, usually the male, pursued the other with a sense of dominance and control. This dynamic was reflective of the broader social structures at the time, where men held greater authority in both public and private spheres. However, these manuals did not portray women as entirely passive participants. Many texts emphasize the agency of women in relationships, encouraging them to use their intellect, wit, and emotional intelligence to influence the course of romantic encounters. Women were portrayed as having the ability to control their own destinies within the confines of their social roles, and they were often depicted as being just as capable of seduction, wit, and wisdom as men. The political context of medieval Arab societies also shaped the way love was represented in these texts. Many of the manuals were written during periods of political upheaval when power was shifting and the political landscape was in flux. Love in this context was often portrayed as a force that could either be used to reinforce political power or as something that could challenge the status quo. In some cases, love was presented as a tool for maintaining social order, where arranged marriages were seen as ways to solidify political alliances and ensure stability. In other cases, love was portrayed as a subversive force that could transcend the limitations of political structures, allowing individuals to form connections that were not governed by political or social expectations. This tension between love as a force of conformity and love as a force of rebellion is one of the central themes in the manuals. Lovers were advised to navigate these complexities with wisdom, balancing their desires with the social and political realities of their time. The manuals provided a kind of emotional intelligence that allowed lovers to understand the broader political implications of their relationships, while also encouraging them to pursue love in ways that felt true to their hearts. Historians still debate the extent to which these texts were actually followed by the general population, or whether they were primarily intellectual exercises for the elite. However, it's clear that the love manuals played an important role in shaping the cultural understanding of romance courtship and relationships in medieval Arab societies. They provided not only practical advice for lovers, but also offered a space for reflecting on the broader societal forces that influenced romantic connections. As we reflect on the social and political aspects of love in these texts, it becomes clear that love in the medieval Arab world was never just a personal or private affair. It was always connected to the larger social, cultural, and political dynamics of the time. Love in these manuals was both a personal journey and a social performance, a way to navigate the complexities of relationships within the constraints of society. As we continue our exploration through the medieval Arabic love manuals, we now turn our attention to the delicate, often conflicting relationship between love and marriage. In the manuals, love is often depicted as a transcendent force that can sweep lovers off their feet, offering a sense of intimacy and spiritual fulfillment. However, the reality of marriage, especially in medieval Arab society, was far more complicated. While love was celebrated in these texts, marriage was also presented as a social contract, one that often involved family obligations, societal expectations, and political considerations. The manuals did not shy away from acknowledging this tension between love and marriage, instead offering nuanced guidance on how to navigate both. In many ways, marriage was seen as the ultimate goal of courtship in these texts, a necessary step to formalize a relationship and secure the bond between two people. However, marriage in the medieval Arab world was not just about romantic love. It was also about securing alliances, preserving family honor, and maintaining social order. Marriages were often arranged, and while the manuals acknowledged the potential for love to blossom within the confines of a marital relationship, they also understood that marriage was in many ways a business arrangement, dictated by social and familial expectations rather than the desires of the individuals involved. The manuals, however, presented a more complex view of marriage. While they acknowledged that marriage often involved social negotiation and the merging of families, they also argued that love should not be entirely absent from the union. They advised that marriage could and should be an emotional and spiritual journey, one that was not solely about fulfilling societal duties, but also about nurturing love and affection between the partners. In this way, marriage became a space where love could thrive, albeit with a great deal of patience and effort. One of the most fascinating aspects of the love manuals is the way they discuss the idea of romantic love as an ideal that may not always align with the realities of marriage. Lovers were encouraged to pursue the ideal of love intense, passionate, and spiritually fulfilling, but they were also reminded of the practicalities of marriage. The manual suggested that it was possible to reconcile the ideal of passionate love with the more grounded, sometimes difficult realities of married life. In this sense, the manuals were not simply presenting an idealized vision of love. They were offering a guide for how to cultivate and sustain that love within the constraints of a structured, often rigid social system. The tension between the idealized vision of love and the reality of marriage was also reflected in the way that the manuals depicted the role of women within relationships. While women were often presented as objects of desire and admiration in the context of romantic love, their role within marriage was more complex. Marriage in the medieval Arab world was in many cases a patriarchal institution where women had limited agency in choosing their partners or in shaping the direction of their relationships. However, the manuals also acknowledged that women were not merely passive participants in their marriages. They were often portrayed as active agents of their own desires, capable of using their intellect, charm, and emotional intelligence to shape the course of their relationships. In some of the more progressive manuals, women were encouraged to cultivate love and affection within their marriages, not just as a duty to their husbands, but as a means of personal fulfillment. Women were advised on how to use love and affection to strengthen the bond between themselves and their partners, fostering an emotional connection that transcended the material and social aspects of marriage. In these texts, love was not just about fulfilling societal expectations. It was also about personal growth, emotional intimacy, and mutual respect between the partners. However, these ideals were often in tension with the social realities of marriage at the time. While the manuals presented a more equitable view of romantic love and the importance of mutual affection, the reality of medieval Arab marriages was often far more rigid. Women were often expected to adhere to strict codes of conduct, and their roles in relationships were frequently dictated by family expectations rather than personal desire. The manuals in many ways acted as a kind of escape, offering readers a vision of love and marriage that could transcend the limitations imposed by society. However, these ideals were often in conflict with the realities of life, and the manual's advice could sometimes be at odds with the cultural practices of the time. The role of love within marriage also reflected broader philosophical and spiritual themes. In many of the manuals, marriage was presented not only as a social contract, but also as a spiritual union, one that had the potential to bring the partners closer to divine understanding. Love in marriage was seen as a way to purify the soul to achieve spiritual growth and to connect with the divine. The idea that marriage could be a pathway to spiritual fulfillment was deeply rooted in the mystical traditions of Sufism, where love was considered a means of transcending the self and achieving a closer connection with God. In this sense, marriage was not just a pragmatic institution, it was also a spiritual journey, one that required patience, dedication, and emotional depth. The manuals taught that love within marriage had the potential to elevate both partners to a higher state of being, transforming the mundane aspects of daily life into something meaningful and transcendent. In this way, marriage was seen as both a practical necessity and a spiritual opportunity, a union that could bring both emotional and divine fulfillment. Historians still debate the extent to which these ideals were lived out in the real world. Some argue that these texts were primarily theoretical, offering an idealized vision of love and marriage that was not widely practiced. Others suggest that the manuals had a more practical impact, providing guidance to lovers and married couples who sought to reconcile the emotional and spiritual aspects of love with the social realities of their time. Either way, it is clear that the medieval Arabic love manuals presented a complex view of marriage, one that acknowledged the tensions between love and duty, passion and obligation, while also offering a vision of love as a transcendent spiritual force. As we reflect on the relationship between love and marriage in these manuals, it's important to remember that the texts were not just offering advice on how to navigate the challenges of romantic relationships. They were also shaping the way that love, marriage, and societal expectations were understood in the medieval Arab world. Love in these texts was not a simple matter of personal affection. It was a force that shaped lives, families, and communities, a force that could transcend both the physical and the spiritual realms. As we continue our exploration of the medieval Arabic love manuals, we now enter the realm of heartache, rejection, and the profound emotional complexities of unrequited love. While love in these texts is often depicted as an ideal, pure and transcendent, it's essential to remember that love is not always reciprocated, and these manuals did not shy away from addressing the pain and turmoil that comes with unfulfilled affection. The experience of rejection, loss, and heartbreak was as much a part of the human condition then as it is now, and the manuals provided both solace and wisdom for lovers who found themselves in such painful situations. Unrequited love, as described in these texts, was not something to be dismissed or ignored. It was presented as a powerful emotional experience that demanded reflection, growth, and often self-discovery. The manuals recognized that not all love stories ended in blissful unions. Sometimes, despite the best efforts of lovers, the object of their affection did not return their feelings, or the relationship itself was fraught with obstacles. The advice offered in these manuals about handling heartbreak was not about suppression or denial. It was about acceptance and understanding, about allowing the lover to confront the depth of their emotions and come to terms with the reality of unrequited love. One of the recurring themes in these manuals was the idea that rejection could be a form of personal growth. Love, they suggested, was not just about gaining affection. It was about learning how to navigate the emotional landscape of longing, disappointment, and resilience. Lovers were advised to use the pain of unrequited love as a way to develop greater self-awareness and emotional maturity. The manuals often portrayed heartbreak as a teacher, one that could guide the lover toward greater understanding of their own heart and desires. Through heartache, they were encouraged to refine their emotional intelligence, to develop patience and empathy, and to understand that love is not always under one's control. The manuals also included various metaphysical perspectives on love, offering spiritual interpretations of rejection. In many of these texts, the pain of unreciprocated love was seen as a kind of divine test or trial. In the mystical Sufi tradition, which heavily influenced these works, love was considered a path to spiritual purification. Rejection in this context was viewed not as a failure, but as an opportunity for spiritual growth. Lovers were taught that love in all its forms, whether returned or unreturned, was a divine gift that brought them closer to understanding God's will. The emotional turmoil of rejection was not just a personal affliction. It was part of a larger cosmic journey towards self-realization and spiritual enlightenment. The role of fate in love was another crucial theme in the manuals. Lovers were encouraged to recognize that some relationships were simply not meant to be, and that there was a divine plan beyond human comprehension. This idea of fate played a significant role in helping people accept rejection, as it offered a sense of comfort and understanding. If love was not returned, it was not necessarily due to one's shortcomings, it was simply a part of the greater order of the universe. These texts offered the solace that sometimes love that doesn't materialize in this life might find fulfillment in another form or another time, suggesting that love's journey transcended the confines of the physical world. However, while these spiritual and philosophical perspectives offered comfort, they did not downplay the real raw pain that came with rejection. Heartache was a deeply felt experience, and the manuals also provided practical advice for dealing with the emotional fallout. Lovers were encouraged to channel their feelings into creative expression, whether that meant writing poetry, composing music, or reflecting on the emotional lessons of the experience. By expressing their pain through art, lovers could transform their heartache into something beautiful, a form of catharsis that allowed them to heal and move forward. The idea of using heartbreak as a means of personal and creative transformation reflects a broader cultural value in medieval Arab society. The notion that suffering could lead to personal enlightenment. Much like the Sufi approach to spiritual trials, unrequited love was seen as a form of self-discipline, one that required emotional resilience and maturity. Lovers who experienced rejection were encouraged to refine their emotional state and to see their pain not as a weakness, but as an opportunity to strengthen their character. Despite the overarching message of resilience, the manuals also acknowledged the reality of prolonged sorrow. Not every lover would move on quickly or easily from heartbreak. The manuals did not offer a one-size-fits-all solution, as they understood that grief was a deeply personal process. Some lovers might wallow in sorrow for years, and while the manuals encouraged them to eventually heal, they did not rush the process. The manuals provided a space for the lover to grieve, to honor their feelings, and to take their time in recovering from the emotional storm of rejection. Healing, the manuals suggested, could not be forced. It was a gradual, often painful journey that required patience and self-compassion. This complex approach to rejection and heartbreak was reflective of the broader cultural understanding of emotions in medieval Arab society. Emotions, particularly those related to love and desire, were not simply personal experiences to be managed quietly. They were seen as forces that shaped the individual's spiritual and emotional destiny. Rejection, like love, was a force that could guide the soul toward greater understanding. And just as love was a means of growing closer to divine understanding, so too was heartbreak, a means of growing closer to self-awareness. Historians still argue over how these emotional dynamics played out in real life. Were these philosophical and spiritual perspectives on rejection widely accepted by lovers, or were they more idealized notions presented by intellectuals and scholars? Some scholars suggest that these teachings were more reflective of the intellectual elite's understanding of love, while others believe that they resonated deeply with the broader population. Regardless of how these teachings were applied, the emotional wisdom in these manuals was undeniably rich, offering insight into how love in its many forms could shape an individual's emotional and spiritual journey. As we reflect on the treatment of heartache and rejection in these texts, we see a rich, multifaceted approach to love. Heartbreak, while painful, was not seen as a defeat. It was an essential part of the journey of love, one that provided valuable lessons and opportunities for growth. In this way, the Arabic love manuals remind us that love is not only about union, it is also about understanding, learning, and transcending the emotional challenges that accompany it. As we continue our exploration of the medieval Arabic love manuals, we arrive at a theme that is both universally familiar and uniquely rooted in the context of these ancient texts, the concept of forbidden love. In many ways, forbidden love is the most romanticized and poignant form of affection, the kind that exists outside of societal norms and expectations, often heightened by the very restrictions placed upon it. The allure of forbidden love in these texts isn't just about breaking rules for the sake of passion. It is a deeply emotional and spiritual journey, a love that transcends the physical and becomes symbolic of a deeper connection. Forbidden love, as presented in these manuals, wasn't just about the lovers breaking societal rules. It was often depicted as an act of defiance against the restrictive forces that sought to control human emotions and desires. At the heart of these relationships was a deep, intense connection, one that could not easily be subdued or contained by social conventions. The manuals frequently romanticize these love stories, portraying them as struggles against the societal forces that sought to keep lovers apart. Whether it was family opposition, religious restrictions, or political barriers, forbidden love in these texts was a symbol of resistance, an expression of the human desire for freedom and connection, even in the face of overwhelming obstacles. One of the most powerful aspects of forbidden love, as discussed in the manuals, was its spiritual significance. These texts didn't just present forbidden love as an emotional experience, they elevated it to a sacred pursuit, suggesting that love in this form could bring the lovers closer to understanding the divine. In many ways, forbidden love was seen as a reflection of the soul's longing for connection with something greater than the self, a longing that could not be fulfilled by the simple pleasures of physical affection. In this way, the lovers were often depicted as both defying the limitations of their earthly existence and striving for a higher, more spiritual connection. The difficulty and suffering inherent in forbidden love were seen not as weaknesses, but as a form of purification, a way to elevate the soul through the very act of longing and sacrifice. Historians still argue whether these ideals of forbidden love were a reflection of the actual lived experiences of people at the time, or if they were purely symbolic, meant to inspire readers with tales of passion and defiance. Some scholars believe that these love stories were deeply rooted in the reality of courtship during medieval times, where many relationships were subject to familial and societal constraints. Others argue that these texts were aspirational, offering an idealized view of love that could not be realized in the everyday world. Either way, the concept of forbidden love became a central theme in the Arabic love manuals, offering a framework for understanding not just love, but the human desire for connection, transcendence, and freedom. The manuals also explored the idea that forbidden love was a path to self-discovery. Lovers in these texts often had to confront their own fears, doubts, and insecurities in the face of societal opposition. The very act of pursuing love despite these external pressures forced them to engage deeply with their own emotions, desires, and beliefs. The manuals suggested that forbidden love was not only a rebellion against social norms, but also a journey of personal growth and self-realization. By defying external pressures, the lovers were encouraged to examine their own hearts and souls to understand why they loved, and what their love meant in the broader context of their lives. Another important aspect of forbidden love in these manuals was the idea of secrecy. Love in these texts wasn't always an open affair. It was often conducted in whispers hidden from the watchful eyes of family and society. Secrecy in many ways became an essential part of the romance. Lovers were advised on how to communicate without being detected, how to exchange tokens of affection that were discreet yet meaningful, and how to maintain their connection, even when the world around them sought to pull them apart. The secrecy of forbidden love gave it an air of mystery, heightening its emotional and romantic appeal. It also allowed for a more intimate connection between the lovers as they shared a world that was known only to them. In some cases, forbidden love was depicted as a tragic experience, one that was destined for heartache and separation. These stories, while romanticized, often ended in sorrow, with the lovers being torn apart by the very forces they had fought against. However, the manuals also suggested that these tragic love stories were not failures. They were, in fact, part of a larger spiritual journey. The pain of separation, the longing, and the suffering were all seen as ways to deepen the emotional and spiritual connection between the lovers. The intensity of the pain made the love all the more meaningful and significant. The tragedy of forbidden love in this context was not something to be avoided. It was a part of the path that led to greater understanding and enlightenment. In many ways, the concept of forbidden love in these manuals serves as a metaphor for the human condition itself. Love in these texts was never simply an easy, straightforward experience. It was always complicated by external forces, societal expectations, family obligations, and religious beliefs. Forbidden love then becomes a way of expressing the longing for something beyond the limitations of the world. It symbolizes the human desire for freedom, for transcendence, and for the connection that can only be found when we are willing to defy the rules that bind us. As we reflect on the significance of forbidden love in these texts, we see how it ties into the larger themes of the manuals. Love as a spiritual journey, as an emotional exploration, and as an act of personal growth. Forbidden love is not just about defiance. It is about the pursuit of something deeper and more meaningful, a connection that transcends the physical and touches the soul. It is a love that challenges the status quo, that pushes against the boundaries set by society, and that ultimately leads to a greater understanding of self and the divine. Historians still debate how these ideas were actually lived out in medieval society. Were lovers truly defying societal norms for the sake of passion? Or were these ideals purely aspirational, offered to inspire and guide readers in their own romantic pursuits? Regardless of their practical application, it is clear that the theme of forbidden love was central to the medieval Arabic love manuals, offering readers not just tales of romance but reflections on the deeper meaning of love, desire, and the pursuit of the unattainable. As we progress through the rich tapestry of the medieval Arabic love manuals, we encounter yet another profound element of love, its connection with nature. The natural world in these texts is not merely a backdrop for human emotion, but a powerful symbol and reflection of the very essence of love itself. Flowers, birds, trees, and the changing of the seasons are not just objects of beauty in these works. They represent deeper truths about the human experience, the dynamics of love, and the cyclical nature of life. Nature in this context is portrayed as a mirror for love's complexities, its fleeting nature, and its eternal renewal. One of the most striking aspects of the love manuals is how nature is used to symbolize love's purity, fragility, and fleeting beauty. Flowers, for instance, are recurring symbols of love's blossoming and withering. In the manuals, a flower's bloom often represents the beginning of love full of vibrant color and potential. However, just as a flower is destined to wilt, so too can love fade with time or face external pressures. The use of flowers as metaphors for love serves as a reminder that love is fragile, easily affected by time distance or changing circumstances. A relationship, much like a flower, requires care, attention, and the right conditions to thrive. If neglected or mishandled, it too may wither, yet it can also be revived with tender care. Historians still argue about the cultural significance of nature metaphors in Arabic love literature. Some suggest that these natural symbols are borrowed from the classical traditions of Persian poetry, while others believe they have deeper indigenous roots in the Arabic poetic tradition. Regardless, it's clear that the symbolism of nature in these texts serves not only as a poetic device, but as a profound philosophical reflection on the impermanence of love. Just as a flower blooms and fades, so too does love ebb and flow, often beyond the control of the lovers themselves. Birds too hold a prominent place in the manuals. The nightingale, for instance, is a key symbol in many of these texts, representing the lover's longing and devotion. The nightingale, which is often depicted as serenading the rose, mirrors the lover who cannot help but sing songs of longing for the unattainable beloved. This image of the nightingale singing its love even in the face of obstacles speaks to the passionate, unrelenting nature of love itself. The bird's song is a metaphor for the lover's voice expressing the silent, heartfelt yearning that is often beyond words. The nightingale's devotion is also a reminder of the sacrifices that come with love. In its song, it not only expresses its desire, but also its willingness to endure hardship, much like the lover who endures the trials of unreciprocated affection. Trees and forests also feature prominently in these manuals, often symbolizing the depth and rootedness of true love. While flowers are transient, trees represent stability and endurance. A tree planted deeply in the earth stands as a symbol of a love that is firmly rooted and unwavering. Just as a tree's roots anchor it firmly to the ground, love in these texts is portrayed as something that provides strength and support. Lovers who are bound together by this deep connection are likened to trees growing side by side, weathering the storms and challenges of life together. Trees also serve as symbols of protection and shelter, reflecting the idea that love provides a refuge from the harshness of the world. The manuals often describe love as a sheltering force, one that offers protection and solace to the lovers who seek it. The cyclical nature of seasons is another recurring theme in the manuals. Love, like the seasons, is seen as something that ebbs and flows. Spring, with its fresh blooms and vibrant life, symbolizes the early stages of love, exciting, full of potential, and seemingly endless. Summer, with its fullness and warmth, represents the peak of love when emotions are most intense and passions run high. Autumn, with its falling leaves and cooling air, symbolizes the decline of love, where emotions may wane and the initial excitement fades. Finally, winter represents the cold and silence that often follows the end of love, a period of reflection, rest, and eventual renewal. These seasonal metaphors are not just about the natural progression of relationships, they also reflect the larger philosophical idea that love, like life itself, is a process of growth, transformation, and renewal. However, the manuals don't simply romanticize the natural world. They also use nature to explore the challenges of love. For example, the image of a stormy sea might be used to describe the emotional turbulence that comes with a lover's separation, or the difficulties that arise within a relationship. Similarly, the harsh desert landscape can represent the loneliness and isolation that sometimes accompany unrequited love. The natural world in this sense is not just a mirror of love's beauty, but also of its challenges and its capacity to teach those who seek it. Nature's role in the love manuals also speaks to the idea of love's universality. The natural world is something that exists beyond the boundaries of human society. It is a force that operates independently of social rules and conventions. Love in these texts is portrayed as a force that, like nature, cannot be fully controlled or contained. It is something that exists beyond the limitations of time culture and even the individual lover. In this way, nature becomes a symbol of love's power to transcend earthly constraints, offering a vision of love that is both eternal and ever-changing. The connection between love and nature also serves as a reminder of love's inherent unpredictability. Just as a garden may flourish one season and wilt the next, so too can love experience periods of joy and sorrow, growth and decline. Lovers, according to the manuals, must be willing to accept this uncertainty, understanding that love is not always within their control. Love, like nature, can be both beautiful and wild, unpredictable and constant, a force that shapes both the individual and the world around them. Historians still debate how much the symbolic use of nature in these texts reflects actual cultural practices or whether it was a more romanticized ideal. Some argue that these metaphors were a way for intellectuals to express abstract ideas in a concrete, accessible form. Others suggest that these symbols were part of a broader cultural understanding of nature, one that was deeply integrated into the fabric of everyday life. Regardless of their origins, the connection between love and nature in these manuals provides a beautiful and poignant lens through which to view love, one that is both natural and transcendent, fleeting and eternal. As we reflect on the symbolism of nature in the Arabic love manuals, we see a deep and intricate relationship between the natural world and the human experience of love. Nature is not merely a backdrop to romantic stories. It is a central character shaping and reflecting the emotional journeys of the lovers. In this sense, love, much like nature itself, is both unpredictable and inevitable, a force that both shapes and is shaped by the world around it. As we move further into the world of medieval Arabic love manuals, we now explore one of the more intellectually rich and philosophically engaging elements of these texts, the concept of love as a transformative force. This idea, which runs through many of these works, presents love not as a simple emotion, but as a catalyst for personal and spiritual growth. In these manuals, love isn't just something you experience, it's something that changes you, refines you, and ultimately transforms your soul. The manuals view love as a journey, one that challenges the lover to look within themselves, confront their deepest fears and desires, and emerge as a new, more enlightened individual. One of the most powerful aspects of this transformative view of love is its connection to self-discovery. In these texts, love is portrayed as a mirror reflecting back to the lover both their strengths and their flaws. When you love, you are not simply engaging with another person, you are engaging with yourself. Love forces you to confront your own vulnerabilities, insecurities, and unspoken desires. As you open your heart to another, you are also forced to open your heart to yourself. This dual process of loving and self-reflecting is seen as a way of achieving personal growth. The lover is encouraged to look beyond the surface and engage in an honest, introspective journey. In this sense, love is both an outward connection to another person and an inward exploration of one's own heart and soul. This process of self-discovery is often portrayed as a difficult and painful one. The manuals do not shy away from depicting love as something that can be challenging, even agonizing. Lovers are not just depicted as experiencing the joy of affection, but also the frustration of longing, the pain of unrequited love, and the heartache of separation. These texts suggest that love's true power lies in its ability to provoke emotional and spiritual growth in the face of hardship. Heartache, rejection, and even loss are framed not as signs of failure, but as essential parts of the transformative journey. The manuals argue that it is only through experiencing love in all its forms, joy, sorrow, passion, and pain, that one can truly grow and evolve. This view of love as a transformative force also ties into the Sufi idea of divine love. In Sufi mysticism, love is often described as the path to spiritual enlightenment. Love is seen as the means through which the lover can purify their soul and come closer to God. In the context of the Arabic love manuals, this divine love is reflected in earthly relationships, where love for a partner becomes a way of connecting with something greater than oneself. The lover's devotion to their beloved is portrayed as a reflection of their devotion to the divine. Through the act of loving another, the lover is drawn closer to the divine, becoming more attuned to the spiritual truths that lie beyond the material world. In these manuals, love is thus not just about personal satisfaction, it is about personal transcendence. Lovers are encouraged to use their relationships as a means of reaching a higher understanding of themselves, their beloved, and the divine. This transformative power of love is often described in philosophical terms, where love is seen as the force that drives individuals to seek truth, wisdom, and spiritual fulfillment. The manuals encourage lovers to view their relationships not as temporary pleasures, but as stepping stones toward greater spiritual enlightenment. By loving another, individuals are believed to be participating in a larger cosmic journey, a journey that leads them toward the ultimate truth. The manuals also discuss the ways in which love can lead to moral and ethical development. In these texts, love is seen as a force that cultivates virtues such as patience, humility, compassion, and empathy. The lover is encouraged to practice self-restraint and moderation, particularly in the face of temptation. Love is portrayed as a way of refining one's character, as it demands that the lover act with integrity and respect for the other. In many ways, love is seen as a form of spiritual discipline, where the lover learns to temper their desires and act selflessly. This ethical aspect of love is not just about maintaining the relationship, it is about growing as a person, developing qualities that bring one closer to both their beloved and to the divine. One of the most significant philosophical debates in the love manuals is the tension between the ideal and the real. Love in these texts is often depicted as an idealized force, perfect, transcendent, and divine. Yet the reality of love, with all its imperfections, challenges the lover to reconcile their desires with the world they inhabit. The manuals encourage lovers to strive for the ideal of perfect love, but they also provide guidance for dealing with the inevitable challenges and disappointments that arise in relationships. This tension between idealism and realism is central to the manual's understanding of love's transformative power. The ideal of love inspires the lover to reach for something greater, while the realities of love teach them how to navigate the complexities of human emotion. The process of reconciling the ideal and the real is also a key part of the lover's journey. The manual suggests that true love lies not in the perfection of the relationship itself, but in the growth and transformation that occurs within the individuals involved. Love is not simply about finding the perfect partner or achieving the perfect romantic connection. It is about embracing the journey, the highs and lows, the moments of joy and sorrow, and allowing them to shape you into a more complete person. This view of love as a transformative process challenges the conventional notion that love is simply about finding happiness. Instead, the manuals present love as a means of becoming a better, more enlightened individual, one who is capable of transcending personal limitations and reaching for something greater. Historians still debate the extent to which these transformative ideals were actually applied in the real lives of lovers. Were these texts merely philosophical musings, or did they reflect the lived experiences of people in medieval Arab societies? Some scholars argue that the ideals of the manuals were largely aspirational, while others suggest that they had a practical influence on the way lovers approached their relationships. Either way, the idea of love as a transformative force is central to the worldview presented in these texts, offering a vision of love that is not just about pleasure, but about personal and spiritual growth. As we reflect on the transformative power of love in these manuals, it becomes clear that love in its many forms is seen as a journey, one that leads not just to emotional fulfillment, but to spiritual and moral enlightenment. Love in these texts is more than a fleeting emotion. It is a force that shapes the lover's soul, challenging them to grow to learn and to reach for something greater. In this sense, the medieval Arabic love manuals present love as not just an experience to be felt, but a journey to be traveled, one that leads to a deeper understanding of both the self and the divine dot. As we move forward in our exploration of the medieval Arabic love manuals, we now turn to a subject that sits at the very heart of these works, the concept of emotional vulnerability. In many ways, these texts present love as a force that not only binds lovers together, but also exposes them to the rawness of human emotion, joy, sorrow, longing, and even fear. Love, according to these manuals, is not simply a matter of passion or affection. It is an invitation to open one's heart and expose the deepest recesses of the soul. The vulnerability that love demands is both a source of strength and a potential point of weakness, and these texts delve deeply into the emotional complexities of opening oneself up to another person. One of the central themes that emerge in these manuals is the idea that love requires emotional openness. Lovers are encouraged to share their feelings with each other, to speak the truth of their hearts, and to reveal themselves fully. This emotional transparency is seen as an essential component of a strong and meaningful relationship. By sharing one's innermost desires, fears, and dreams, lovers are not only able to create a deeper bond, but also become more fully themselves. The manual suggests that love is not something to be hidden or guarded. It is something to be experienced openly without the fear of judgment or rejection. To love is to expose yourself, to take the risk of vulnerability, and to trust that the other will accept you for who you truly are. This vulnerability, however, is not without its challenges. The manuals acknowledge that emotional openness can lead to heartache, rejection, and even betrayal. Lovers who open themselves up to each other risk being hurt, disappointed, or abandoned. Yet the manuals also argue that the pain of vulnerability is part of the process of emotional and spiritual growth. Through the experience of being hurt or rejected, lovers are taught to understand their own hearts better, to confront their insecurities, and to develop greater emotional resilience. The manual suggests that true love is not about avoiding pain. It is about learning how to endure it, how to find meaning in it, and how to grow stronger through the experience. Historians still debate whether the emphasis on emotional vulnerability in these texts was reflective of actual social practices or more of an idealized vision of love. Some scholars suggest that these works, particularly in their depiction of ideal love, presented a form of emotional openness that was largely aspirational, a cultural ideal that may not have been widely practiced. Others argue that the manuals provided practical guidance for lovers who were attempting to navigate their relationships in a deeply emotional, sometimes perilous landscape. Either way, the recognition of vulnerability as a fundamental aspect of love remains a central theme in these texts. The manuals also explore the idea of emotional vulnerability within the broader cultural context of the time. In medieval Arab societies, emotions, especially in the context of love, were often seen as things to be controlled and managed. Public displays of affection, particularly by women, were typically restricted by social norms and family expectations. Emotional restraint was seen as a virtue, and love in many ways was expected to be expressed within certain limits. However, the love manuals, in contrast, pushed back against this social expectation, encouraging lovers to engage with their emotions fully, even if it meant stepping outside the boundaries of social convention. These texts portrayed love as a deeply emotional experience that transcended societal norms, and in doing so, they offered an alternative vision of romantic connection, one that was unafraid of emotional depth. At the same time, the manuals were not blind to the potential dangers of emotional vulnerability. In their discussions of love, the texts often warn lovers about the risks of becoming too emotionally invested, especially if that love is unreciprocated. The manual suggests that while emotional vulnerability can lead to deep connection, it can also lead to deep pain. The fear of emotional exposure, of being rejected, abandoned, or betrayed, is something that all lovers must confront. The manuals did not offer a simple answer to the question of how to balance vulnerability with self-protection. Instead, they present love as a complex, layered experience that involves both risk and reward. Lovers must open themselves up to the possibility of pain, but they must also understand that this vulnerability can be a path to greater emotional and spiritual fulfillment. The role of emotional vulnerability in these manuals also touches on the deeper philosophical question of what it means to be truly human. These texts suggest that to love is to embrace the fullness of the human experience: joy, sorrow, passion, and loss. Love in these works is not depicted as a smooth, easy journey. It is portrayed as a tumultuous, sometimes painful force that shapes and reshapes the lovers involved. Through this emotional intensity, love allows the lovers to engage with life in its most profound form, giving them the opportunity to learn about themselves, each other, and the world around them. Vulnerability is therefore not just an emotional risk, it is a gateway to self-discovery and spiritual growth. The manuals also highlight the importance of empathy and understanding in the context of emotional vulnerability. Lovers are encouraged not only to open up to each other, but also to listen deeply to their partner's emotions. In this sense, emotional vulnerability is not a solitary experience. It is one that requires mutual understanding and care. The manuals advise that love is not only about expressing one's own feelings, but also about learning to respond to the emotional needs of the other. By becoming emotionally attuned to each other's desires and fears, lovers can deepen their connection and build a relationship that is founded on mutual respect and empathy. The concept of vulnerability in these texts is also linked to the idea of moral integrity. To be emotionally vulnerable, according to the manuals, is to act with honesty and sincerity. Lovers are urged to speak their truths and to be open about their desires without manipulation or deceit. In this sense, love becomes a moral exercise, one that requires both emotional honesty and ethical responsibility. By opening their hearts to one another, lovers are encouraged to align their feelings with their actions to ensure that their emotional expression is both authentic and morally grounded. In this way, emotional vulnerability becomes not just a personal experience, but a moral and philosophical pursuit. It is a way of engaging with love that requires both emotional depth and moral clarity as lovers navigate the complex landscape of affection, desire, and intimacy. Love, as portrayed in these manuals, is not for the faint of heart. It demands that individuals be willing to expose themselves both emotionally and spiritually, allowing themselves to grow through the challenges of love, while embracing the vulnerability that makes love so powerful and transformative. Historians still debate how these ideals of emotional vulnerability played out in real life. Were they reflective of actual romantic practices, or were they more idealized concepts presented by intellectuals? Either way, the love manual's emphasis on vulnerability remains a key element of their understanding of love, offering a profound and sometimes painful reminder of the transformative power of love in all its emotional complexity. As we journey deeper into the heart of the medieval Arabic love manuals, we arrive at an essential and often overlooked theme, the concept of balance within love. While earlier sections have touched on the passionate, transcendent, and sometimes tumultuous nature of love, these manuals often emphasize that love must also maintain a sense of equilibrium. Love, they argue, is not merely about extremes. It is about finding harmony within the emotional and spiritual dimensions of the relationship. Whether dealing with the balance between the spiritual and physical passion and patience, or independence and togetherness, these texts present love as a dynamic force that requires careful management and understanding. One of the key elements of this balanced approach to love is the concept of patience. While the manuals celebrate the intense emotions of love, longing, passion, and desire, they also stress the importance of patience in the development of a healthy relationship. In fact, many texts suggest that true love cannot be rushed. It must grow and evolve over time, just as a plant grows slowly from a seed into something lasting and beautiful. In this sense, patience becomes a cornerstone of love, allowing it to mature and deepen naturally. Lovers are advised to allow their connection to unfold at its own pace, avoiding the temptation to force intimacy or rush into a commitment before both partners are ready. Love in this view is not about seeking immediate gratification, but about allowing the relationship to develop in its own time, respecting the natural rhythm of the emotional bond. Patience in these manuals is not just about waiting for love to blossom, it's also about managing expectations. The manuals often address the need for lovers to temper their desires to avoid the extremes of obsession or overwhelming attachment. These texts caution against placing unrealistic expectations on the relationship or the beloved, understanding that love is not a perfect, all-consuming force. Instead, it is something that requires moderation and perspective. Lovers are encouraged to appreciate the moments of joy and passion, but to also accept the inevitable lulls, challenges, and imperfections that come with a relationship. Love in this view is not about perfection. It's about learning to appreciate the ebb and flow of connection. This idea of balance also extends to the relationship between independence and togetherness. While love in the manuals is often depicted as a deep and emotional connection between two people, the manuals also emphasize that each lover must maintain their individuality. Lovers are encouraged to nurture their own emotional, intellectual, and spiritual lives, even as they form a deep bond with their partner. Independence is seen as vital to the relationship, ensuring that each person does not lose themselves entirely in the other. The manual suggests that a healthy relationship allows both individuals to grow and flourish independently, while still maintaining a strong and supportive connection with one another. Love in this sense is not about merging into a single entity, but about creating a partnership where both individuals retain their sense of self, all while fostering a strong emotional bond. At the same time, the manuals also recognize the importance of emotional dependence and intimacy within the relationship. Love is not just about emotional autonomy, it is also about deep emotional connection, trust, and vulnerability. In this balanced approach, lovers are encouraged to depend on each other for emotional support, comfort, and companionship, while also respecting each other's need for independence and personal space. This delicate balance between emotional closeness and personal autonomy is portrayed as key to a successful, long-lasting relationship. Lovers are taught that in order to truly connect with each other, they must be willing to depend on one another to share their vulnerabilities and to support each other through life's challenges. In addition to emotional balance, the manuals also touch on the balance between passion and reason. The manuals are clear that love is not only about romantic passion and emotional intensity, it is also about intellectual and practical compatibility. Love in these texts is not just a spontaneous force, it requires rationality, thought, and understanding. Lovers are advised to engage with each other intellectually, to communicate openly and thoughtfully, and to understand each other's needs, desires, and perspectives. This intellectual engagement ensures that the emotional connection is not just an impulsive attraction, but a meaningful bond that can withstand the tests of time. This balance between passion and reason is often described in the manuals as essential to creating a stable and fulfilling relationship. While passion is necessary for igniting love, it is reason and understanding that sustain it over the long term. The manual suggests that lovers should not simply follow their hearts blindly, but should also consider the practicalities of the relationship shared, values life goals, and the ability to communicate effectively. In this way, love is seen as both an emotional and intellectual partnership, where both passion and reason work together to create a fulfilling, long-lasting bond. The balance between freedom and commitment is another key theme in these texts. Lovers are encouraged to commit deeply to one another, but the manuals also stress that this commitment should not come at the expense of personal freedom. Love, according to these works, is not about ownership or control. It is about mutual respect and shared goals. Lovers are reminded that true commitment is built on trust, respect, and understanding, not on possessiveness or the desire to dominate the other person. Each partner must have the space to grow to pursue their own interests and to maintain a sense of autonomy while still remaining dedicated to the relationship. The concept of balance also extends to the physical aspects of love. While passion and sensuality are often celebrated in these texts, they are framed within the broader context of emotional and spiritual connection. The manual suggests that physical intimacy should not be separated from emotional intimacy. It should be a natural extension of the emotional bond that exists between lovers. In this way, physical love is not seen as something separate or detached from the rest of the relationship, but as an integral part of the emotional and spiritual connection between the partners. Historians still argue about how widely these ideals of balance were actually followed in real life. Were these concepts of moderation, patience, and emotional independence commonly practiced by lovers, or were they simply aspirational ideals presented by the intellectual elite? Some scholars suggest that these texts were more philosophical, offering guidance that may not have always been practical in the everyday lives of individuals. However, there is also evidence to suggest that these ideas were deeply embedded in the cultural and social fabric of the time, shaping the way lovers approach their relationships. As we reflect on the concept of balance in these love manuals, we see that love is not just about passion, longing, or emotional intensity. It is also about moderation, patience, and a deep understanding of oneself and one's partner. Love in these texts is portrayed as a delicate equilibrium where both partners can grow and flourish emotionally and spiritually while maintaining a deep and meaningful connection. This balance is what makes love sustainable and fulfilling, allowing it to evolve and deepen over time. In this way, the manuals offer not just romantic ideals, but a practical and spiritual framework for building and sustaining love that is both profound and lasting. As we move further into the intricacies of medieval Arabic love manuals, we now arrive at a crucial theme that touches the heart of these texts, the concept of loyalty and fidelity. Love, as explored in these manuals, is not just about passion or infatuation, it is about commitment, loyalty, and devotion. Lovers are encouraged to understand that true love requires more than fleeting desire. It requires steadfastness, trust, and an unwavering dedication to one another. Loyalty in these texts is seen as a pillar that upholds the relationship, ensuring that it endures not only through the joyous moments, but also through the trials and hardships that inevitably arise. The manuals frequently emphasize the importance of loyalty in love, seeing it as an expression of moral integrity and mutual respect. To love truly according to these works is to be fully devoted to the other person, to honor your word, and to remain faithful even when temptation or external pressures arise. Loyalty is portrayed as a virtue that goes beyond mere duty. It is an act of love that deepens the emotional and spiritual connection between lovers. The act of remaining loyal, particularly in difficult circumstances, is seen as a testament to the strength and authenticity of the relationship. One of the most striking aspects of these texts is how loyalty is not only viewed as a personal commitment, but also as a reflection of a higher moral and spiritual ideal. In these manuals, the loyalty between lovers is often connected to the concept of divine loyalty. Just as a lover is expected to remain faithful to their partner, they are also encouraged to remain loyal to their own values and beliefs. This loyalty is seen as a form of personal integrity, where the lover aligns their actions with their deepest values, ensuring that their love is not only true to the other person, but also true to themselves. This divine or moral loyalty is framed as a path to greater spiritual fulfillment, allowing lovers to grow both as individuals and as partners. The concept of loyalty also extends beyond the romantic bond. In these texts, loyalty to family and community is often intertwined with loyalty to one's lover. While the manuals focus primarily on romantic relationships, they also reflect the broader social expectations of the time, where love and loyalty were not solely private matters, they had social, familial, and even political ramifications. Family honor, for instance, was an important consideration in courtship and marriage, and lovers were often encouraged to act with respect and honor toward each other's families. Loyalty to one's partner in this sense was not just an individual choice, It was also a social contract, one that carried with it responsibilities to the wider community. Interestingly, while the manuals stress the importance of loyalty, they also acknowledge that love is not always straightforward or perfect. In many of these texts, the pain of betrayal and infidelity is explored in great depth. Lovers who are betrayed by their partners are depicted as experiencing deep emotional turmoil and anguish. However, these texts also offer ways to navigate such heartbreak. While infidelity is seen as a profound betrayal of trust, the manual suggests that true love requires both forgiveness and understanding. Lovers who have been wronged are encouraged to reflect on their own emotions, to confront their feelings of hurt and anger, and ultimately to decide whether they are willing to forgive and move forward. This concept of forgiveness in the context of loyalty reflects the broader spiritual and philosophical themes of the manuals. Forgiveness in these texts is not just a moral act, it is a spiritual practice. To forgive a betrayal, to remain loyal even in the face of hurt, is seen as a path to greater emotional maturity and spiritual enlightenment. In many ways, loyalty is presented as a two-way street, where both partners must be willing to forgive each other's faults and mistakes in order to maintain the strength and purity of their love. This capacity for forgiveness is what makes love enduring. It transforms it from a mere emotional connection into a spiritual practice, one that requires patience, resilience, and compassion. Another fascinating aspect of loyalty in these manuals is the way it intersects with the theme of personal sacrifice. Lovers are often depicted as making sacrifices for the sake of their relationship, whether it's compromising on personal desires, giving up time or resources, or enduring emotional hardships. In these texts, love is portrayed as a force that requires sacrifice, but it is also a force that rewards those sacrifices with emotional fulfillment and spiritual growth. The manual suggests that loyalty is not just about maintaining a connection with one's partner. It is about choosing that partner day in and day out, even when it requires personal sacrifice or going against one's own immediate desires. However, loyalty is also a topic that intersects with the idea of freedom within relationships. The manuals emphasize that while loyalty is vital, it should not come at the cost of one's independence or sense of self. Lovers are encouraged to remain loyal not out of obligation, but out of a genuine commitment to each other. Loyalty in this context is not about possessiveness or control, it is about mutual respect and understanding. True loyalty comes from a place of emotional freedom where both partners are able to act with integrity and devotion, but also retain their autonomy and individuality. The manual suggests that love is strongest when both partners are free to express themselves, to grow, and to pursue their individual paths, all while remaining deeply committed to each other. Historians still debate how these ideals of loyalty and devotion played out in the actual lives of medieval lovers. Were these concepts actively practiced, or were they idealized views meant to inspire romantic and spiritual growth? Some scholars argue that the manuals reflected a cultural aspiration for loyalty and fidelity, but that these ideals were often difficult to realize in practice, especially in societies where marriage was often a social contract rather than a romantic bond. Others suggest that these texts, while aspirational, played an important role in shaping the cultural expectations of relationships, influencing how lovers and spouses navigated their emotional connections. Regardless, the emphasis on loyalty remains a defining feature of these love manuals, reflecting both the personal and social dimensions of love. As we reflect on the role of loyalty in these texts, we see that it is not just a passive quality. It is an active, dynamic force that shapes the relationship in profound ways. Loyalty is about more than simply staying faithful. It is about nurturing the relationship, making sacrifices, and being willing to face challenges together. It is about building a relationship that is based on trust, respect, and understanding, where both partners are fully committed to each other's well being. Ultimately, loyalty, as presented in these manuals, is a force that transforms love from a fleeting emotion into something enduring, something that transcends the challenges of time and circumstance. As we continue through the pages of the medieval Arabic love manuals, we come to a theme that is both delicate and profound: the role of time in love. The relationship between love and time is one of the most enduring and evocative topics in these texts. While the intensity of love can sometimes feel overwhelming, the manuals present time as both a test and a companion in the journey of love. Time in these works is not just a passive backdrop, it actively shapes the development of love, determining its depth, resilience, and eventual fate. One of the key ways that time is explored in these manuals is through the concept of patience. Love, according to these texts, is not something that can be rushed or forced. It requires time to grow and mature. Lovers are encouraged to take their time to allow their bond to evolve at its own pace. The manuals frequently emphasize that the most meaningful relationships are those that have endured the passage of time, those that have been tested by seasoned circumstances and the changes that life inevitably brings. Just as a tree grows slowly but steadily, love too must take root and grow over time. This patient, gradual development of love is seen as a mark of its true strength. The manuals also emphasize the idea that time can deepen love. What may begin as a passionate, intense attraction can over time evolve into a more profound and lasting emotional connection. In many of these texts, love is not depicted as a static force. It is something that changes and deepens as time passes. The intensity of early love, while thrilling, is seen as just one phase in the larger journey. As time moves forward, love becomes more grounded, more secure, and more attuned to the deeper emotional and spiritual needs of the lovers. This understanding of love's evolution mirrors the natural world's cycles of growth and change. Just as the seasons shift, so too do the emotional landscapes of lovers with time, offering opportunities for renewal, reflection, and growth. Yet while the manuals emphasize the beauty of time's role in deepening love, they also acknowledge the inevitable passage of time's challenges. Love, as time goes on, can face the obstacles of distance, fatigue, and routine. The manuals address how over time the initial excitement of love can be tempered by everyday concerns. The intensity of early attraction may fade, and with it the urgency of desire. Lovers are reminded that enduring love requires effort and conscious attention, that love needs to be nurtured and maintained as time moves on. The manuals urge lovers to find ways to rekindle their connection, to keep the flame of passion alive through small acts of kindness, communication, and emotional intimacy. Time in this context is not just a test of endurance. It is a reminder that love requires continuous investment, even when the initial excitement has subsided. Time's role in love is also explored through the lens of separation. Lovers in these texts often find themselves physically apart, whether due to distance, social pressures, or the passage of time itself. In these cases, love is tested not only by physical separation, but by the emotional strain that comes with it. Lovers are encouraged to be patient during these times apart, to trust that their bond can endure. Separation in many ways becomes a test of the depth of their love. The manual suggests that time apart can actually strengthen the emotional connection, providing an opportunity for reflection and personal growth. Just as time allows love to deepen, it also offers lovers the space to understand their emotions more fully, to assess what they truly want and need from the relationship. At the same time, the manuals acknowledge the painful side of time's effects on love. Time can also lead to the fading of feelings, to misunderstandings, or to emotional disconnects. The passage of time, if not managed with care, can lead to disillusionment or regret. Lovers are advised to be mindful of the passing seasons, to pay attention to the changing dynamics of their relationship, and to ensure that they do not take their bond for granted. Time, while it has the potential to strengthen love, also carries the risk of neglect or complacency. The manuals therefore remind lovers to cherish each moment, to show appreciation, and to keep their emotional connection alive even as time progresses. A particularly poignant reflection on time in these texts is the idea that love, like time itself, is ultimately fleeting. The manuals often portray love as something that cannot last forever, much like the beauty of a flower or the passing of a sunset. In this sense, love is both a treasure and a reminder of life's impermanence. Lovers are encouraged to appreciate the time they have together, to embrace the moments of joy and connection, knowing that love, like all things, will eventually change or fade. This acceptance of the transitory nature of love is not meant to be melancholic. Rather, it is presented as a way of encouraging deeper appreciation for the present moment. By acknowledging the fleeting nature of love, lovers are urged to live fully in each moment, to savor the time they have, and to cultivate a deep sense of gratitude for the connection they share. Historians still debate how the manual's views on time were rooted in actual social practices or whether they were purely philosophical ideals. Some scholars suggest that these views on love and time were deeply influenced by Sufi mysticism, which often emphasized the impermanence of life and the eternal nature of the soul. Others argue that these reflections on time were more practical, offering guidance for lovers navigating the realities of relationships in a rapidly changing world. Regardless of their origin, these ideas about love and time remain a powerful element of the manual's, offering insight into how love can be experienced as both a deeply personal and universal journey. As we reflect on the role of time in these love manuals, we see that time is not just an external force, it is an essential part of love's journey. Love is not something that happens in a single moment, but something that grows, evolves, and deepens over time. It is both a gift and a challenge, requiring patience, effort, and understanding. Through time, love is tested and transformed, allowing both individuals to learn more about themselves, each other, and the world around them. Time in these texts becomes a teacher, guiding lovers toward greater emotional maturity, deeper connection, and spiritual fulfillment. Ultimately, love in these manuals is seen as both an eternal and ephemeral experience. It is something that transcends time, yet it is also shaped and defined by the passage of time. The manuals encourage lovers to embrace both aspects, understanding that the beauty of love lies not only in its intensity, but also in its endurance and its ability to transform with the ebb and flow of life. As we continue our deep dive into the medieval Arabic love manuals, we now arrive at a theme that serves as both a caution and an essential element of romantic relationships: the idea of emotional intelligence and the awareness of one's own heart. While earlier sections of the manuals have discussed the intensity of passion, loyalty, and even the spiritual dimensions of love, emotional intelligence is portrayed as the glue that holds everything together. The ability to understand one's own emotions, to navigate the complex landscape of affection, and to read and respond to the emotional needs of a partner is presented as essential to the success of love and romance. The manuals emphasize that the lover must first understand their own heart before they can truly understand and connect with another. Emotional intelligence in this context is not merely about managing emotions, it's about cultivating a deep awareness of one's desires, fears, and emotional responses. By knowing oneself, the lover can approach love more mindfully, avoiding impulsive decisions driven by unchecked emotions. This self awareness is essential for building a mature, lasting relationship, as it allows lovers to approach their connection with clarity and empathy. The manuals also introduce the idea that emotional intelligence in love is a practice. It's not something one simply possesses. It is something that requires continuous attention, reflection, and refinement. Lovers are encouraged to cultivate patience and mindfulness in their relationships, taking the time to understand the ebb and flow of emotions. This intellectual and emotional practice is presented as a way to strengthen the relationship, ensuring that the bond between lovers is built on mutual understanding, respect, and emotional insight. In addition to understanding one's own emotions, the manuals also emphasize the importance of reading and responding to the emotions of the partner. Emotional intelligence in this sense is about empathy, the ability to put oneself in the other person's shoes and understand their needs and feelings. The manuals encourage lovers to be attuned to the subtleties of their partner's emotional state, to listen carefully to both their words and their silences, and to respond with compassion. This empathetic approach is seen as essential for navigating the complexities of a romantic relationship. Love is not just about expressing one's own emotions, it is also about being sensitive to the emotional needs of the other person, ensuring that both partners feel heard, respected, and valued. One of the key aspects of emotional intelligence discussed in these manuals is the ability to manage conflicts and disagreements. No relationship is without its challenges, and the manuals acknowledge that differences in opinion, misunderstandings, and emotional conflicts are inevitable. However, they present emotional intelligence as a crucial tool for resolving conflicts in a constructive and compassionate way. Lovers are encouraged to approach disagreements with patience and understanding, to avoid reacting impulsively, and to instead take the time to reflect on the emotions at play. The manual suggests that conflicts, when approached with emotional maturity, can lead to deeper understanding and strengthen the bond between lovers, as they allow both individuals to learn from each other and grow together. Historians still debate whether these teachings on emotional intelligence were practical advice or idealized views intended for the intellectual elite. Some argue that these concepts were aspirational, representing an ideal approach to love and relationships that may not have been fully realized by the general population. Others suggest that the manuals had a significant influence on the way lovers approached their relationships, offering practical tools for navigating the emotional complexities of romance. Regardless, the focus on emotional intelligence is one of the defining characteristics of these texts, offering a model of love that is not just based on passion or physical attraction, but on self-awareness, empathy, and emotional maturity. Another critical aspect of emotional intelligence in these manuals is the notion of emotional regulation. While passion and intense emotion are often seen as central to love, the manuals emphasize that love requires balance and control. Lovers are advised to cultivate the ability to regulate their emotions to avoid being overwhelmed by their desires or fears, and to respond to each other with calmness and clarity. Emotional regulation is presented as a way to maintain stability in the relationship, preventing emotions from escalating into harmful behaviors or misunderstandings. This emphasis on control is not about suppressing emotions, but about responding to them in a thoughtful, measured way that supports the health and longevity of the relationship. The concept of self-control and emotional regulation also extends to the realm of jealousy, one of the more difficult emotions to manage in romantic relationships. Jealousy, according to the manuals, is a natural emotion, but one that must be carefully managed. Lovers are advised to be mindful of their feelings of jealousy and to avoid letting them cloud their judgment or damage the relationship. While the manuals do not dismiss jealousy entirely, they present it as an emotion that should be understood and regulated rather than acted upon impulsively. By recognizing the root of jealousy, whether it be insecurity, fear of loss, or a lack of trust, lovers can address the underlying emotions and work through them without allowing jealousy to dominate the relationship. In addition to managing difficult emotions, the manuals also explore the role of love in fostering personal growth. Love in these texts is not just a romantic or emotional experience, it is a tool for self-improvement. Lovers are encouraged to use their relationship as a mirror, reflecting on how their connection with their partner reveals their own strengths and weaknesses. Through love, they can confront their own vulnerabilities, heal emotional wounds, and become better versions of themselves. This aspect of emotional intelligence in love is closely tied to the idea of love as a spiritual journey, where the relationship becomes a means of self-discovery and growth. The manuals also touch on the role of communication in emotional intelligence. Lovers are encouraged to speak openly and honestly about their feelings, desires, and concerns. Communication is seen as a bridge that connects the hearts and minds of the lovers, allowing them to understand each other more deeply and resolve misunderstandings before they escalate. The manuals stress that love cannot flourish without open communication, and that emotional intelligence requires a willingness to be vulnerable and express one's true feelings. By fostering open, honest dialogue, lovers can strengthen their emotional connection and build a foundation of trust and understanding. In the broader context of these texts, emotional intelligence is presented as the foundation of a successful, enduring love. While passion and attraction are celebrated, it is the emotional depth and maturity that allow love to thrive over time. Lovers are encouraged to cultivate a deep awareness of their own hearts, to listen to their partner with empathy, and to navigate the challenges of love with patience and understanding. By doing so, they are able to create a love that is not only passionate, but also wise, compassionate, and resilient. Historians still argue about the practical impact of these teachings. Were these ideas of emotional intelligence widely practiced in the medieval Arab world? Or were they more aspirational ideals? Regardless of their historical accuracy, the manual's emphasis on emotional intelligence offers a timeless framework for understanding love, not as a fleeting emotion, but as a dynamic and transformative force that requires thought, patience, and awareness. In this way, the medieval Arabic love manuals present a vision of love that is not just about emotional fulfillment, but about emotional growth, maturity, and the development of a deeper, more meaningful connection between lovers. As we continue our journey through the medieval Arabic love manuals, we now explore a theme that is both timeless and profound: the role of rituals and gestures in love. While passion and emotional connection are central to the experience of love, these manuals emphasize that rituals, both grand and small, are essential to cultivating and sustaining a romantic relationship. Whether through public displays of affection, private moments of intimacy, or symbolic acts of devotion, rituals are presented as a way to deepen emotional bonds, affirm love, and ensure that it is nurtured over time. The importance of ritual in love as depicted in these texts is not just about creating a sense of ceremony, it is about imbuing everyday actions with meaning. Love is not merely something felt in the heart. It is something that must be demonstrated, lived, and expressed through actions. These actions, whether grand or small, are seen as the physical manifestation of the emotional connection between lovers. Rituals in this sense serve as tangible symbols of love acts that reinforce and affirm the commitment between the two individuals. One of the most prominent rituals discussed in the manuals is the exchange of gifts. Gifts, according to these texts, are not merely material possessions, they are symbols of affection, thoughtfulness, and the emotional investment between lovers. The manuals emphasize that gifts should be given with sincerity and care, chosen to reflect the recipient's desires, needs, and personality. A well-chosen gift is not just a token. It is an expression of the lover's deep understanding of their partner's heart. The act of giving is presented as a way to show love, to convey feelings that words alone may not fully capture. The manual's advice on gift giving encourages lovers to be attentive and thoughtful, to listen to their partner's desires, and to find ways to express their affection in ways that feel personal and meaningful. The giving and receiving of gifts, however, are not confined to material objects. The manuals also explore the more symbolic gifts lovers can exchange: words, poems, and songs. Poetry, as we've seen in earlier sections, is a powerful means of expressing love, and it is often presented as a gift in itself. Lovers are encouraged to write and recite poems that reflect their deepest feelings, to share their hearts through the beauty of language. Music, too, serves as a symbolic gift, with lovers often composing songs for their beloved or serenading them in intimate moments. In this way, the ritual of gift-giving is not just about tangible objects, it is about offering something meaningful and deeply personal, an emotional gesture that conveys affection and devotion. Another significant ritual explored in the manuals is the act of courtship itself. While courtship might be seen today as a form of dating in the medieval Arab world, it was a carefully orchestrated ritual that involved numerous symbolic actions. These rituals, which could include offering tokens of affection, sending messages or poems, or arranging clandestine meetings, were not simply social formalities. They were part of the larger process of building a connection, deepening affection, and eventually entering into a committed relationship. Courtship rituals were about more than just attraction. They were about establishing a framework for love, ensuring that both individuals understood the depth and sincerity of their feelings. Through these rituals, lovers could demonstrate their commitment to each other, signaling that they were ready to take their emotional connection to the next level. While courtship and gift-giving are the most prominent rituals discussed, the manuals also explore smaller, everyday rituals that lovers can perform to keep their relationship alive and thriving. These might include simple acts like sharing a meal together, exchanging kind words in private, or engaging in activities that strengthen emotional bonds. The manuals stress that love should not be taken for granted. It requires continuous attention and care. These small rituals, repeated over time, are seen as essential for sustaining love, allowing it to grow and evolve rather than fading into complacency. Even in long-term relationships, the manuals encourage lovers to continue courting each other, to continue expressing their love through thoughtful gestures and intimate moments. Rituals in love are also a way of communicating emotions that might otherwise be difficult to express. In these manuals, gestures such as holding hands, gazing into one another's eyes, or a simple touch are seen as powerful symbols of affection. These actions communicate feelings of closeness, desire, and intimacy without the need for words. In a society where public displays of affection were often restricted, these private rituals allowed lovers to express their feelings in ways that were both meaningful and socially acceptable. In this sense, love becomes a series of small, intimate exchanges rituals that deepen the connection between lovers and remind them of the bond they share. The role of rituals in love also connects to the spiritual dimensions of these manuals. Many of the rituals described in these texts are not just about emotional or physical connection, they are presented as ways to elevate love to a higher plane, one that transcends the material world. Love, according to these manuals, is a spiritual practice as much as it is an emotional and physical one. The rituals of love are meant to bring the lovers closer not just to each other, but to the divine. The act of giving, for instance, is seen as a way of offering something sacred, an expression of generosity, selflessness, and devotion. These rituals are about creating a connection that is not just earthly, but one that reaches towards something greater. The manuals also discuss the importance of consistency in these rituals. Love, they suggest, is not something that can be sustained by grand gestures alone. It requires the regular, everyday practice of affection, respect, and understanding. These small, repeated acts of devotion, whether through words, gestures, or time spent together, are what make love lasting. The rituals of love, then, are about creating a rhythm, a flow in the relationship. They are about maintaining the emotional connection through both the highs and lows of life, ensuring that love remains strong and present. Historians still debate how these ritualistic elements of love were lived out in real life. Were these practices common across all social classes, or were they primarily confined to the elite and intellectual circles? Some scholars argue that these rituals were aspirational ideals that shaped the cultural understanding of love, but may not have been practiced in every relationship. Others suggest that these rituals were more widely adopted, and that they formed a core part of the social and cultural framework for romantic relationships. Regardless of their actual prevalence, the rituals of love in these manuals provide us with an understanding of how love was viewed not just as an emotion, but as a practice, something that could be cultivated, nurtured, and expressed through intentional actions. As we reflect on the role of rituals in love, we see that they are not mere formalities. They are an integral part of the experience of love itself. Rituals give love shape and form, allowing it to be expressed and deepened in meaningful ways. Whether through the grand gestures of courtship or the simple acts of daily affection, rituals create a language of love that speaks louder than words. They are the foundation upon which lasting relationships are built, offering both lovers and society a way to witness and affirm the deep emotional connections that bind two people together. As we delve further into the profound wisdom of the medieval Arabic love manuals, we now explore the deeply philosophical and spiritual element that infuses many of these texts, the concept of love as a journey toward divine union. In these manuals, love is not simply an earthly experience. It is presented as a path, a sacred journey that leads the lover towards spiritual enlightenment and divine closeness. This theme, which resonates deeply with the Sufi tradition, presents love as a transformative force that transcends the material world, allowing the lover to experience the divine through their earthly relationships. At the core of this philosophical approach is the idea that earthly love is a reflection of divine love. The lover in this context is seen as seeking not just the affection of another human being, but the experience of divine connection through that person. Love in these texts is not merely a personal or romantic affair. It is a spiritual practice, a way of reaching beyond the self and connecting with the divine. The lover's passion and longing are seen as metaphors for the soul's longing for God, with the beloved acting as a symbol of the divine presence. Through the experience of love, the lover is said to be drawn closer to a higher state of consciousness, one that aligns the individual with divine will. This spiritual journey of love is depicted in the manuals as both beautiful and painful. Love in this view is not easy or simple. It is a path that requires self-discipline, sacrifice, and often suffering. The manual suggests that love is a test, one that challenges the lover to confront their own desires, limitations, and egos. The journey toward divine union is portrayed as one that strips away the superficial aspects of the self, forcing the lover to face their inner darkness and weakness. But in this pain, the lover finds purification, a way to transcend their earthly attachments and connect with a higher reality. This view of love as a spiritual journey is profoundly influenced by Sufi mysticism, which often used the metaphor of the lover and the beloved to describe the soul's quest for God. Sufi poets like Rumi and Ibn Arabi famously described love as a means of spiritual transcendence, where the lover's yearning for the beloved mirrored the soul's longing for the divine. The Arabic love manuals reflect this Sufi worldview, portraying love as not just an emotional experience, but a way to attain spiritual enlightenment. The lover's devotion to the beloved is seen as a reflection of the soul's devotion to the divine. Through love, the individual is invited to experience a glimpse of the divine presence and to embark on a path toward deeper spiritual understanding. The manuals encourage lovers to see their relationships as a means of connecting with the divine, suggesting that the emotional intensity of love can serve as a doorway to spiritual awakening. This divine love is depicted not as an abstract concept, but as something that can be experienced through human connection. The beloved in this sense becomes a conduit through which the lover can experience a deeper union with God. The manuals emphasize that while the beloved may be a physical person, the true nature of the connection lies in the spiritual realm. Love, therefore, is not merely about earthly fulfillment, but about transcending the self and reaching toward a higher truth. The process of achieving divine union through love is often described in the manuals as a journey of purification. The lover must first rid themselves of the ego, the desires, and the attachments that separate them from their true self. This process of self-purification is seen as a necessary step in the journey towards spiritual fulfillment. Love in this view becomes a means of shedding the false self, allowing the individual to reconnect with their true nature and with the divine essence that lies within them. The manual suggests that through love, the lover is not just connecting with another person, they are reconnecting with their own soul and with the divine source from which all love originates. At the heart of this concept of divine union through love is the idea of longing. Longing in these texts is not seen as something negative or painful. It is presented as a sacred yearning, a driving force that propels the lover towards spiritual growth. The lover's longing for the beloved is a reflection of the soul's longing for God. This yearning is seen as a way of transcending the limitations of the physical world and reaching for something higher. The pain of longing, the manual suggests, is not something to be avoided but embraced. It is through longing that the lover experiences the depth of their connection with the beloved and ultimately with the divine. The concept of divine union also speaks to the cyclical nature of love. Just as love in the physical realm is subject to seasons, times of growth, flourishing, and decline, love in the spiritual realm also undergoes cycles. The lover in their journey towards spiritual enlightenment may experience moments of clarity and union, followed by periods of separation and longing. This ebb and flow of connection is seen as a natural part of the spiritual journey, one that allows the lover to grow and evolve. The cyclical nature of love in this context becomes a metaphor for the spiritual process of transformation. The lover's journey is not linear, it is a continual process of longing, seeking, uniting, and separating, each phase leading to deeper understanding and closer connection with the divine. In many of these texts, the spiritual aspect of love is also linked to the idea of sacrifice. Love in this view requires the lover to give up their attachment to the self, to surrender their desires, and to submit to the will of the beloved. This surrender is not seen as a loss, but as a form of liberation. By letting go of the ego and the need for control, the lover is able to experience a deeper connection, one that transcends the limitations of the self. The act of loving, therefore, becomes a form of spiritual submission, where the lover offers themselves fully to the beloved, and in doing so, experiences union with the divine. The manuals also touch on the idea that love's transformative power is not just limited to the individual, it extends to the world around them. Through love, the manuals suggest the lover is able to experience a deeper connection to the universe, seeing the divine in all things. Love becomes a lens through which the lover can perceive the world, a way of understanding and interacting with life that transcends the physical and enters the realm of the sacred. In this sense, love is not just a personal journey. It is a universal force that connects all things, a bridge between the earthly and the divine. Historians still debate how these ideas of divine union through love were lived out in the real world. Were these teachings about spiritual love and purification primarily intellectual, or did they resonate with the broader populace? Some scholars argue that these concepts were most prevalent among Sufi mystics and intellectual elites, while others suggest that these ideals were widely embraced by those seeking a deeper connection with love and spirituality. Regardless of how they were practiced, these teachings about divine love remain one of the most profound and transformative aspects of the medieval Arabic love manuals, offering a vision of love that transcends the earthly and connects the lover to something far greater. As we reflect on love as a journey toward divine union, we see that it is not just a romantic or emotional experience. It is a sacred path, one that leads the lover towards spiritual fulfillment and enlightenment. Love in these manuals is not merely about connection with another person. It is about connecting with the divine and in doing so discovering the true nature of the self. The journey of love, therefore, is not just an earthly one. It is a journey toward the eternal, the divine, and the soul's ultimate fulfillment. As we continue our exploration of the medieval Arabic love manuals, we now turn our attention to one of the most powerful and complex elements of love, the role of memory and nostalgia in shaping romantic affection. Memory in these texts is not simply a passive recollection of past events. It is an active, dynamic force that influences the way lovers experience and interpret their emotions. The manuals frequently explore how the memories of a loved one, whether through physical reminders or emotional recollections, have the power to shape the course of love and to keep the connection between lovers alive even in the face of distance, time, or separation. The concept of memory in these texts is tied closely to the theme of longing. Lovers are often depicted as reminiscing about their past encounters, their first moments of connection, or the shared experiences that have shaped their relationship. These memories, which might initially seem like fleeting moments, are seen as the foundation upon which love is built. Memory transforms the simple act of encountering someone into an eternal connection, one that can continue to live on long after the physical presence of the beloved has faded. The manual suggests that it is through the recollection of these memories that love is sustained, even when the lovers are no longer together. The remembered moments of affection, tenderness, and passion become emotional treasures, ones that continue to fuel the lover's heart and mind, even in times of hardship or separation. What is particularly fascinating about the role of memory in these manuals is its connection to the concept of permanence and impermanence. While love is often depicted as something that is fleeting, ephemeral, and subject to the passage of time, memory is seen as a way of preserving love's emotional essence. Lovers, according to these texts, are encouraged to hold on to the memories of their loved ones, to cherish the moments they have shared, and to allow those memories to sustain them during times of longing or absence. In this way, memory becomes a tool for transcending the limitations of time and space. The manual suggests that love, even if not physically present, can remain alive in the heart and mind through the power of memory. These recollections allow the lover to keep the emotional connection intact, ensuring that love endures even in the face of separation or loss. At the same time, the manuals also acknowledge the potential dangers of living too much in the past. While memory can serve as a comforting source of connection, it can also become an obstacle to present happiness. Lovers who become too fixated on past memories, particularly those of lost love, may find it difficult to move forward. The manuals warn against allowing memory to cloud the present moment, advising lovers to appreciate their current relationship while also cherishing the lessons and joys of the past. This tension between nostalgia and the present is a common theme in the manuals, with the text suggesting that while memories are vital to love's continuation, they should not overshadow the living, breathing relationship that exists in the present. Love, according to these texts, is a balance between honoring the past and embracing the future. In a broader sense, the manuals also explore the role of memory in shaping the lover's identity. In many texts, the act of loving another is seen as a way of forming a deeper connection with oneself. The lover, through their relationship and the memories they create, learns more about their own desires, emotions, and weaknesses. In this way, memory becomes a tool of self-discovery. Lovers are encouraged to reflect on the experiences they've shared, to learn from the joys and struggles of the past, and to use those memories as a way of understanding themselves more fully. This process of reflection and growth is central to the manual's view of love as a transformative force, one that not only changes the lover's relationship with another, but also transforms their relationship with themselves. This theme of memory also intersects with the larger philosophical and spiritual ideas embedded in these manuals. Just as memory allows love to endure beyond physical presence, it also serves as a means of connecting with something greater than the self. The manual suggests that the act of remembering one's beloved, Whether through the act of prayer, recitation of poetry, or silent contemplation, is a way of experiencing the divine. In this sense, memory is not just an emotional or psychological tool, it becomes a bridge to a higher reality. The act of remembering the beloved is seen as a form of devotion, one that transcends earthly attachment and reaches toward a deeper spiritual connection. Memory then is not just about preserving the past, it is about sustaining a sacred connection that allows the lover to experience a form of divine love. Interestingly, the manuals also introduce the idea of creating memories as a form of love in itself. Lovers are encouraged to engage in rituals and acts that will leave lasting impressions both for themselves and for their partners. The act of creating new memories becomes a way of building and deepening the emotional bond. Whether through shared experiences, travels, or the simple act of spending time together, the manual suggests that lovers should prioritize creating meaningful moments that will serve as emotional anchors in the future. These memories, the manuals argue, are not just ways of looking back, they are investments in the ongoing journey of love. By actively creating memories, lovers can ensure that their bond continues to grow regardless of what the future may bring. The manuals also explore the role of symbolic memory in love. Objects such as letters, gifts, or tokens of affection are often imbued with deep emotional significance. These objects, while material in nature, carry the emotional weight of the relationship, serving as physical manifestations of love's enduring presence. Lovers are encouraged to exchange such tokens as they serve as reminders of the emotional bond shared. These objects, often kept close to the lover's heart, act as anchors in times of separation, reminding the lover of their beloved's presence even when they are physically apart. These tokens of memory are seen as ways to preserve the emotional essence of the relationship, ensuring that love remains alive even when circumstances change. Historians still debate the cultural significance of memory in these texts. Were these ideas about love and memory primarily philosophical or intellectual, or did they resonate with the everyday lives of lovers at the time? Some scholars argue that these texts were written primarily for intellectuals and the elite, presenting an idealized view of love and memory that may not have been practically applied by the wider populace. Others suggest that the themes explored in these manuals reflect broader cultural values, offering practical guidance on how to navigate the emotional landscape of love. Regardless of how these ideas were lived out in medieval Arab society, it's clear that the concept of memory plays a profound role in shaping the experience of love. As we reflect on the importance of memory in love, we see that it is not merely about the past, it is about preserving the emotional connection and allowing it to continue to shape the present and future. Memory allows love to endure beyond time and space, acting as both a source of comfort and a means of spiritual growth. The manuals remind us that while love may be fleeting in its earthly form, memory ensures that its emotional and spiritual essence remains with us, continuing to shape who we are and how we experience the world. As we move through the layers of insight provided by the medieval Arabic love manuals, we now arrive at a theme that is both powerful and humbling, the concept of love's impermanence. While earlier sections have highlighted love's potential to transcend time, memory, and space, these texts also deeply acknowledge the transitory nature of love. Love, as portrayed in these manuals, is not a static, eternal force. It is something that ebbs and flows, that changes shape over time, and in many cases fades away. This understanding of love's impermanence is not meant to be a discouragement or a sorrowful reflection. It is seen as a natural part of the human experience, an acknowledgement that nothing in life remains unchanged, including the emotions that connect us to others. One of the most striking aspects of the love manuals is how they embrace the idea that love is impermanent yet valuable. While love may not last forever, it is still considered an essential and transformative experience. The manual suggests that love's transitory nature does not diminish its significance. Rather, it adds to its beauty. The fact that love is fleeting makes it all the more precious. Lovers are encouraged to embrace the moments of affection, joy, and connection without clinging to the illusion of permanence. The manual suggests that it is in the very temporality of love that its beauty lies, because love is not guaranteed to last forever. Each moment of connection becomes an opportunity to experience something profound and meaningful. This theme of impermanence also ties into the broader cultural and philosophical understanding of time. In medieval Arab thought, time was often viewed as something that is beyond human control, a force that moves in unpredictable ways, shaping lives and experiences. The manuals do not shy away from the idea that love, like all things, is subject to the passage of time. Love in this context is not a force that can be controlled or sustained indefinitely by the lover. It is something that requires care but also acceptance of its natural course. Lovers in this sense are advised to acknowledge the limits of their control over love, and instead focus on fully experiencing and cherishing the love they have while it lasts. The acceptance of love's impermanence is also tied to the notion of spiritual growth. In many ways, the manual suggests that the impermanence of love offers an opportunity for personal and emotional development. When love fades or is lost, it forces the lover to confront the transient nature of life itself. This confrontation with impermanence encourages introspection and resilience. The manuals offer the comforting thought that just as love can fade, so too can it renew. The pain of love's loss is not the end. It is a passage through which the lover grows, learns, and becomes more attuned to their own heart and emotions. In this sense, the manuals view love's impermanence as a pathway to deeper self-awareness, as lovers are encouraged to reflect on what love truly means both in their lives and in the broader context of human existence. The transitory nature of love is also explored through the idea of separation. Lovers who experience physical or emotional distance are often depicted in the manuals as undergoing a transformative process. Separation, like the passing of time, is presented as an inevitable part of love's journey. Whether through physical distance, personal differences, or external pressures, separation tests the strength of the emotional connection. However, rather than viewing separation as a failure, the manual suggests that it can be an opportunity for growth. Lovers are advised to embrace the space between them as a time for self-reflection, for understanding their own desires and emotions, and for deepening their connection to the divine. Separation in this context is not a break in love. It is a chance for both lovers to evolve to continue their journey both individually and together. The idea of love's impermanence is also reflected in the cultural and social norms of the time. In medieval Arab societies, marriages were often arranged, and the stability of the relationship was often based on factors like family honor, social status, and political alliances, rather than the emotional connection between the individuals involved. The manuals acknowledge that love in the context of these societal structures is not always permanent. However, they also suggest that the emotional bond between lovers can transcend these societal expectations. Love, while subject to external pressures and limitations, is still portrayed as a powerful and transformative force. Lovers are encouraged to pursue deep, meaningful connections, even within the constraints of their social roles. As we reflect on the theme of love's impermanence, it becomes clear that the manuals do not treat this idea with sadness or resignation. Instead, love's transitory nature is framed as an invitation to embrace the present moment fully. The manuals encourage lovers to experience love without clinging to it or trying to force its duration. Each moment of love is to be cherished for its own sake rather than as part of an eternal or unchanging connection. This acceptance of impermanence fosters a sense of freedom. Lovers are not burdened by the fear of losing each other. Instead, they are invited to celebrate the love they share in the here and now, knowing that it may not last forever, but it is no less valuable because of it. This awareness of impermanence also contributes to the manual's spiritual perspective. Love, as explored in these texts, is seen as a reflection of the divine, a temporary connection between the earthly and the eternal. The impermanence of love is tied to the larger cosmic truth that everything in life is subject to change. The manuals remind lovers that love, while fleeting in its earthly form, is part of a larger eternal truth. Just as love may be temporary, so too is life. Each moment is part of a greater unfolding process. In this way, love's impermanence becomes a reminder to live fully, to engage deeply, and to appreciate the beauty of each fleeting moment. The manuals also suggest that love's impermanence is a form of freedom. Lovers, by accepting the temporality of their connection, are liberated from the pressure of maintaining an everlasting bond. This freedom allows them to fully experience love without fear or expectation. It is a freedom that encourages lovers to live in the present, to savor their connection, and to let go of the need for permanence. In this way, love's impermanence does not take away from its value, it enhances it, making each moment of connection all the more precious. Historians still debate how widely these ideas were embraced in the broader cultural context of the time. Were these teachings about love's impermanence idealized, or did they reflect the lived experiences of lovers? Some scholars suggest that these texts served as aspirational guides for an elite intellectual class, while others believe they were more widely applicable, offering a broader cultural understanding of love. Regardless of their historical accuracy, the idea of impermanence remains a central theme in the Arabic love manuals, providing both comfort and wisdom in the face of love's inevitable changes. As we reflect on the transitory nature of love, we see that it is not something to fear or regret. Instead, it is a call to live more fully, to appreciate each moment of connection, and to embrace the transformative power of love. Love in these texts is both fleeting and eternal, a force that transcends time even as it is shaped by it. The manuals encourage us to cherish the impermanence of love, knowing that it is in its fleeting nature that its beauty lies. As we approach the final stages of our journey through the medieval Arabic love manuals, we now delve into one of the most profound and poignant aspects of love, the paradox of love as both a source of fulfillment and a path to selflessness. Throughout these texts, love is presented as a force that gives the lover great joy and satisfaction. But it is also a force that requires sacrifice and the surrender of the ego. In this sense, love is portrayed as both an inward and outward journey, a path that leads to personal growth and fulfillment, while simultaneously calling for the lover to relinquish their own desires for the good of the beloved. At the core of this paradox is the idea that love requires the lover to look beyond themselves. While love can bring immense joy and personal fulfillment, it is not about selfish gain. Instead, love is about giving to the other person, offering affection, care, and attention without expecting anything in return. This selflessness is presented as a central component of true love, where the lover's happiness is found not in receiving love, but in giving it freely and without reservation. The manual suggests that in loving another, the lover finds their own fulfillment, not in the satisfaction of their own desires, but in the act of selfless devotion. This selflessness is not about martyrdom or self sacrifice for the sake of suffering. It is about love that is freely given without expectation of return. In the manuals, the act of giving love is seen as a way to cultivate emotional and spiritual maturity. The lover learns to transcend their own ego and desires, embracing a love that is pure without selfish motives. The act of selflessness in love is framed as a path to enlightenment, a way to transcend the limitations of the self and connect more deeply with the beloved and with the divine. The manuals also suggest that love in its most selfless form leads to the discovery of deeper truths. When lovers are willing to give of themselves without expectation, they open themselves up to experiences of profound connection and intimacy. The manuals portray this selfless love as the key to emotional fulfillment, not because it promises immediate rewards, but because it leads to a deeper, more authentic bond. In this sense, love is not just an exchange of affection. It is a journey of mutual growth where both partners are transformed through their commitment to each other. Another aspect of love's paradox is its relationship with freedom. While love is often associated with attachment and emotional dependence, these manuals emphasize that true love requires freedom. The lover is encouraged to give freely without a sense of ownership or possessiveness. Love is about connecting with another person, not about controlling or limiting them. True love, according to the manuals, exists in the space between connection and freedom, where both lovers are free to express themselves fully without fear of judgment or restraint, but also deeply connected through their emotional and spiritual bond. The act of surrendering the ego and allowing the partner the freedom to be themselves is seen as a form of mutual respect and love. The paradox between fulfillment and selflessness is also explored through the lens of sacrifice. Love in these texts is portrayed as something that requires sacrifices, whether small or large. Lovers are advised that to love deeply is to give up certain desires, ambitions, or comforts for the sake of the other. However, these sacrifices are not presented as burdens. Instead, they are viewed as necessary steps in the process of creating a deeper connection. In making sacrifices for love, the lover is seen as gaining something far greater than what they give up: emotional fulfillment, spiritual growth, and the joy of seeing the beloved thrive. Interestingly, the manuals also suggest that the act of giving and selflessness in love is ultimately a form of self-realization. By looking beyond one's own needs and desires, the lover comes closer to understanding their true self. The ego, which often drives selfish desires, is seen as a barrier to true love. The act of selflessly giving love helps the lover transcend this barrier, allowing them to connect not only with their beloved, but with a higher sense of self. In this way, love becomes a spiritual practice, a means of achieving a deeper understanding of the self and the divine. The manuals further explore the idea that love's fulfillment is not dependent on the lover receiving the affection they give. In fact, the act of loving without expectation is portrayed as the purest form of love. Lovers are advised to give freely without demanding anything in return. This idea reflects a central philosophical theme in many Arabic love traditions that love is not about mutual gain or the pursuit of personal happiness. Instead, love is about the joy of giving, the satisfaction of seeing the beloved happy, and the spiritual fulfillment that comes from acting selflessly. This selfless giving is seen as a pathway to achieving true emotional and spiritual contentment, even if that contentment is not immediately reciprocated. Despite this emphasis on selflessness, the manuals also acknowledge the importance of emotional reciprocity. Love is not one-sided, and while selflessness is essential, the manuals stress that a successful relationship is built on mutual respect and care. Both lovers are encouraged to express their affection and to care for one another, ensuring that the emotional bond is balanced. Selflessness in love is not about ignoring one's own needs or desires. It is about giving freely while also honoring the needs of the other. The manuals portray love as a mutual exchange where both partners are equally committed to nurturing the relationship. Historians still debate whether the ideas of selflessness and sacrifice in love were more idealized concepts or whether they were actively practiced in the broader society. Some argue that these ideals were largely aspirational, meant to guide lovers toward a more spiritual understanding of their relationships. Others suggest that these principles may have been more commonly observed in certain intellectual or religious circles. Regardless of their practical application, the emphasis on selflessness remains a powerful aspect of the medieval Arabic love manuals, offering timeless wisdom about love's true nature. As we reflect on love's paradoxical nature as both fulfilling and selfless, we come to understand that love is not merely an emotional experience. It is a spiritual and personal journey, one that demands both sacrifice and fulfillment, giving and receiving. In this view, love becomes a practice, a way of connecting with the divine, with the beloved, and with one's true self. The manuals remind us that love's greatest reward is not found in personal gain, but in the act of giving, in the selflessness that allows the relationship to flourish and deepen over time. This dual aspect of love, its fulfillment and its demand for selflessness, creates a powerful transformative force that shapes the lover and the relationship in profound ways. As we draw closer to the conclusion of our exploration of the medieval Arabic love manuals, we arrive at a theme that brings together many of the ideas we've already encountered, the delicate balance between freedom and attachment in love. While we've discussed love's impermanence, selflessness, and transformative power, this section ties these elements together by exploring how love can simultaneously foster deep emotional connections and personal freedom. This duality is one of the most profound aspects of love in these texts, suggesting that love is not only a union of two hearts, but a path toward personal autonomy and spiritual growth. One of the central tenets of love as presented in the manuals is the idea that love should not be a form of entrapment or restriction. While love is often depicted as a force that binds individuals together, it is equally understood as something that should allow both partners to flourish individually. Love, according to these texts, is not about ownership or possessiveness. It is about mutual respect and the freedom to grow as individuals, even while deeply connected to one another. This concept is deeply rooted in the idea that true love is not about controlling the other, but about supporting each other's autonomy, desires, and dreams. In many of the manuals, love is portrayed as a dynamic force that enriches both lovers' lives but without forcing them to sacrifice their individuality. Lovers are encouraged to remain true to themselves, to pursue their personal goals and passions, and to maintain their own identities, even as they share their lives with their partner. This emphasis on freedom within love suggests that a healthy relationship is one where both individuals retain their sense of self, where love becomes a force that enhances both their personal growth and their emotional connection. In this sense, love becomes a partnership based on mutual respect and the understanding that personal autonomy is vital to the relationship's success. Interestingly, this idea of love as a union of equals where both partners maintain their independence contrasts with the more traditional views of marriage and romantic relationships. In the medieval Arab world, as in many societies, relationships were often governed by social roles and expectations. Love in this context might have been seen as something that was often overshadowed by familial and societal obligations. Yet the manuals encourage lovers to transcend these external pressures, reminding them that true love is based on the emotional and spiritual connection between individuals, not on societal expectations or constraints. While love is depicted as a force that allows for freedom, the manuals also emphasize that love requires commitment. This commitment is not about control or restriction. It is about mutual dedication to each other's well-being. The manuals urge lovers to be present for one another, to support each other through life's challenges, and to invest in the relationship's emotional depth. This commitment is not one of obligation or duty. It is a conscious voluntary choice to be there for the beloved, to be attuned to their needs, and to nurture the emotional connection that binds them. Commitment in this context is presented as the foundation upon which love can thrive, offering both partners the security to grow while remaining deeply connected. Another important aspect of this balance between freedom and attachment is the concept of trust. Trust, according to the manuals, is essential for love to flourish. Without trust, love becomes suffocated by insecurity, possessiveness, and fear. The manuals teach that true love requires both partners to trust each other completely, allowing them to experience the freedom of being vulnerable while knowing that they are supported and cherished. Trust in this sense is the key that unlocks the freedom to love without reservation. It is the foundation upon which lovers can stand secure in the knowledge that they are both committed to the other's happiness and growth. This mutual trust allows the lover to give freely and selflessly, knowing that their affection will be received with the same openness and dedication. In exploring the role of trust and freedom, the manuals also discuss the importance of emotional intimacy. Emotional intimacy is depicted as the deep connection that allows lovers to share their innermost thoughts, desires, and fears. This intimacy requires both partners to be vulnerable to expose their hearts and minds, without fear of judgment or rejection. The manuals encourage lovers to engage with each other emotionally, to share their experiences, and to offer support during times of emotional struggle. By cultivating this emotional closeness, lovers are able to create a bond that is not only based on physical attraction, but on a shared understanding and respect for each other's emotional needs. The balance between attachment and freedom is further explored through the lens of romantic independence. In these manuals, romantic independence is not about detachment or emotional distance. It is about maintaining the ability to be whole and complete as an individual, regardless of the status of the relationship. Lovers are encouraged to engage in self-reflection and personal growth, to pursue their own goals and interests, and to retain their sense of self-worth outside of the relationship. While love is undeniably a deeply shared experience, it should not define or consume the lover's entire identity. Instead, love should support each partner in becoming the best version of themselves while still creating a deep emotional connection with one another. The tension between attachment and freedom is also tied to the idea of balance within the relationship itself. The manual suggests that love is about finding equilibrium, not only in the relationship, but within oneself. Lovers are advised to be both deeply connected and emotionally independent, to offer support and affection without becoming overly dependent on one another for happiness. This balanced approach to love is portrayed as the key to long lasting relationships, where both partners can thrive individually while building a strong supportive connection with each other. The manual suggests that when love is balanced in this way, it becomes a source of strength, growth, and mutual fulfillment. As we reflect on the balance between freedom and attachment in these love manuals, we see that love is not a simple one dimensional experience. It is complex, multifaceted, and deeply rooted in the values of mutual respect, personal growth, and spiritual connection. True love, according to these texts, is about the freedom to be oneself while being deeply attuned to the needs of the beloved. It is about offering selfless devotion while maintaining a sense of individuality, and about building a partnership where both lovers can flourish emotionally, intellectually, and spiritually. Historians still debate the extent to which these ideals were actively practiced in medieval Arab society. Some scholars argue that these concepts of love were idealized, while others suggest that they reflect the deeper, more progressive cultural values of the time. Regardless, the concept of love as a balance between attachment and freedom remains one of the most powerful and enduring lessons of the medieval Arabic love manuals, offering timeless wisdom about the nature of love relationships and personal fulfillment. Dot. As we reach the final section of our journey through the medieval Arabic love manuals, we come to a concept that encapsulates the depth and complexity of love: the idea of love as a transformative journey that extends beyond the romantic relationship to influence all aspects of the lover's life. In these texts, love is portrayed not just as an isolated emotion or fleeting passion. It is a force that shapes the lover's entire being, their actions, their beliefs, and their relationships with the world around them. Love in this sense is seen as a spiritual, emotional, and even social journey, one that not only binds two people together, but also elevates them to a higher understanding of themselves and their place in the world. Throughout the manuals, love is framed as a transformative journey in which the lover is continuously evolving. Love is not something that remains static. It is a force that propels the lover toward growth and change. The manual suggests that through the experience of love, the lover becomes more attuned to their own heart, their desires, and their emotional needs. This self-awareness, cultivated through the act of loving, allows the lover to see the world differently, with a deeper sense of empathy and understanding. The emotional transformation that love brings is not limited to the individual. It also influences how the lover interacts with others, how they understand their relationships, and how they view the world at large. One of the most striking aspects of this transformative view of love is the connection between love and moral development. Love in these texts is seen not only as an emotional or spiritual force, it is also a moral one. Lovers are encouraged to act with kindness, patience, and integrity, to treat others with respect and compassion, and to uphold ethical values in all aspects of their lives. Love in this sense becomes a guide for living a virtuous life where the lover's emotional connection with their beloved leads them toward greater moral clarity and social responsibility. The act of loving, according to the manuals, is not just about personal fulfillment. It is about becoming a better person, one who is more aligned with the values of honesty, generosity, and selflessness. Love in these texts is also depicted as a social force. The manuals emphasize that the emotional and spiritual growth that comes from love extends beyond the couple. It impacts the community at large. Lovers are encouraged to act as a model of affection and respect to create harmonious relationships not just within their romantic bond, but also within their families and communities. Love in this sense becomes a catalyst for social cohesion, encouraging individuals to act with greater empathy and consideration for the well-being of others. The manual suggests that when love is nurtured in a relationship, it has the power to transform the broader social environment, fostering an atmosphere of understanding kindness and mutual respect. At the heart of this transformative journey is the idea that love by its very nature elevates the soul. The manuals frame love as a spiritual practice, one that not only connects the lover to another person, but also to something greater, whether it be a divine presence, a deeper understanding of the self, or a more profound connection to the universe. Love in this view is not a temporary feeling, but a continuous, evolving process that leads the lover towards spiritual fulfillment. This idea mirrors the Sufi conception of love, where the lover's relationship with the beloved is a reflection of their relationship with the divine. Love is not just a personal experience, it is a path toward enlightenment, a means of achieving a higher state of being. In these manuals, the spiritual dimension of love is emphasized through the metaphor of love as a journey. Lovers are often depicted as embarking on a quest for emotional and spiritual fulfillment, a path that requires dedication, self-reflection, and patience. The manual suggests that much like any spiritual journey, the path of love is fraught with challenges, moments of doubt, longing, and separation. However, it is precisely through these challenges that the lover grows both emotionally and spiritually. The journey of love is not a linear one. It is a process of continual self-discovery and transformation, where the lover learns more about themselves and their beloved with each step they take. This idea of love as a transformative journey is also reflected in the notion of love's power to heal. In these texts, love is not just an experience of connection. It is a healing force, one that has the ability to mend emotional wounds and foster inner peace. The manuals emphasize that love, when experienced in its purest form, has the capacity to heal the heart, to soothe the pain of past hurts, and to restore balance to the lover's life. This healing aspect of love is portrayed not just as a personal experience, but as a gift that can be shared with others. The lover, having experienced the healing power of love, is encouraged to pass that love on to create a ripple effect that spreads compassion and understanding throughout the world. In the broader cultural context, the manuals also acknowledge that love's transformative power is not always easy to accept or embrace. In a society where social norms, political structures, and familial expectations often dictate relationships, love can be seen as a disruptive force. Lovers who choose to follow their hearts, who defy societal expectations in favor of personal connection, are often depicted as rebels challenging the status quo. The manuals, however, suggest that this rebellion is not destructive. It is a call for authenticity, for the courage to follow one's emotional truth, even in the face of external pressures. Love in this sense is portrayed as a liberating force, one that allows the lover to break free from the constraints of society and live in alignment with their true desires. The manuals conclude by suggesting that love in its most profound and transformative form is a path toward divine union. This divine love is not something that can be fully understood through earthly means. It is an experience that transcends human comprehension. Love in this sense becomes both a means and an end, a journey that leads the lover toward a deeper connection with the Divine One that surpasses the limitations of the physical world and enters into the realm of the eternal. The manual suggests that in loving another, the lover is simultaneously loving the divine, and in doing so, they are elevated to a higher state of being where they can experience true spiritual fulfillment. Historians still debate the practical impact of these transformative views of love. Were these ideals actually lived out in the everyday lives of lovers, or were they abstract philosophical concepts that held more meaning in intellectual circles? Some scholars argue that these teachings were primarily theoretical, while others suggest they reflected deeper cultural values that shaped relationships and personal growth. Regardless, the idea of love as a transformative journey remains one of the most enduring aspects of the medieval Arabic love manuals, offering timeless wisdom about love's potential to elevate, heal, and connect individuals to a higher truth. As we reflect on the idea of love as a transformative journey, we see that love is not just an experience, it is a process, one that shapes the lover, the relationship, and the world around them. Love in these manuals is not static or fixed. It is a journey towards spiritual and emotional fulfillment, one that requires selflessness, commitment, and a willingness to embrace both the joys and the challenges that come with it. Ultimately, love is not just about the connection between two people. It is about the journey towards something greater, something transcendent that elevates both lovers to a higher state of being.